I'm a DC superhero in Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126 Crush. The voice of Cyborg resounded throughout the flight base. Despite the rolling winds, countless shells flying in, and the smell of gunpowder and war in the air, it was impossible to completely cover up the terrifying deterrent brewing in this sentence. The soldiers were very nervous. Through the short but fierce battle, they all clearly realized how powerful the man in front of them was. He easily annihilated all the shells that attacked him. The man who possessed such amazing power had undoubtedly surpassed the limits of human beings and reached a point that the soldiers could not reach. Perhaps only the legendary Captain America, who had undergone super soldier transformation in the last century, could fight this guy. The soldiers knew it in their hearts. The last chance. Behind the soldier, Ross whispered to himself with a disdainful sneer on his face. No one could threaten him. Bronski. Ross looked at the colonel beside him, who was ready for battle. Emil Bronski showed his good combat level in the process of capturing Banner. Although the mission failed, it could not cover up Bronski's outstanding command ability. Ross was very optimistic about him. Without Bronski, the loss of this mission would be even greater. Especially after Banner was teleported away, Bronski played a huge role in facing Stockman and others, and finally wiped out the enemy. The enemies here are, of course, the remnants of the Bigfoot gang, who have undergone rigorous combat training and are quite tricky. In addition, Bronski also followed the clues and found the traces of the 3 people who escaped. If it is said that the teleportation technology finally succeeded as expected, then Bronski must have taken part of the credit. Of course, the biggest credit belongs to Ross himself. You shouldn't be scared by this robot, right? He asked Bronski in a calm tone. Of course not. Bronski grinned and saw the enemy in the air in front of him. He raised the gun loaded with armor-piercing bullets in his hand and nodded to Ross. I can't wait. Okay, now I'll leave it to you to command. After Ross said this, he stood where he was, quietly looking at the enemy above his head, his face solemn. Don't let me down, he said. We must hold this robot back. Before he said this, someone waved at him at the edge of the flight base. They were the men he had just sent out to transfer the 3 Stockmans. Obviously, everything was ready. He ordered his men to escort the 3 men out of Rio and return to the United States through other channels. Although Ross had just said that he would not hand over the 3 Stockmans to the man in front of him, it did not mean that he was a fool and could not judge the situation. Obviously, the combat power level of this unidentified robot exceeded the level that the army could cope with. With the current weapons and equipment, it is difficult to pose a threat to this person. Then, if you want to keep the 3 Stockmans, you must first let them evacuate the base. In short, the teleportation technology cannot be given away. In this way, someone needs to hold the enemy back during the transfer, and Emil Bronski is the best choice. Ross, with his old arms and legs, how can he go into battle himself? Bronski didn't care in his heart. As a half-war maniac, he was very obsessed with the scene and situation in front of him. He retracted his gaze, suppressed the arrogance on his face, stared at the figure in the sky, raised his gun and aimed. A few seconds later, bang, the powerful armor-piercing shell was fired. Anton's steel skeleton, feeling the armor-piercing shell coming from the side, suddenly dodged and avoided the armor-piercing shell. Whoosh! The armor-piercing shell passed by Anton's ear. He focused his eyes and found Phil and the other 2 who were taken to the jeep from another perspective. He saw Ross and Bronski, as well as the soldiers in front of him. Want to leave? Anton snorted. I haven't asked if I agree yet. He no longer hesitated and rushed into the soldiers, punching each one and knocking them all down. An armored vehicle came over, and the long barrel was aimed at Anton's position. Anton came to the armored vehicle, tilted the barrel casually, and let the shell stay in the barrel and explode, directly sending the armored vehicle into the air, turning into a ball of fire, and then falling down. Bronski knew that, if he didn't act ruthlessly, the enemy would use its own terrifying combat power and amazing mobility to kill all of his people at once. So he took the initiative to attack, got on an armored vehicle, and moved the large caliber artillery. Bang, bang, bang. With rich combat experience and a keen sense of combat, he aimed at the silver figure in front of him. The artillery flew away. It seemed to have predicted Anton's every move. At this time, Anton was too lazy to continue to entangle and stretched out his mechanical big hand to pinch the artillery that was attacking. Boom. Let the large caliber artillery explode in his hand. He was unharmed. Where are the sonic weapons? Bronsky issued an order on the combat channel. Use sonic weapons, adjust to the maximum value, and attack helicopters. Surround this damn robot. Understood. The soldiers overcame their fear and obeyed the order. However, the huge gap in strength between the two sides cannot be made up simply by hard work. The sonic weapon released a terrifying shockwave, wrapping Anton in it. However, Anton directly closed the channel for the mechanical body to receive sound. His sensory world became a silent world. There were only fire and tumbling shells in front of him, ignoring the maximum lethality of sonic weapons. And the shockwaves caused by sonic weapons were not a problem for him. Not far away, the attack helicopter that had just taken off was shot down by an energy shell he casually fired, and his body slowly fell from mid-air. He smashed the roof of the armored vehicle with a punch, pulled off the large caliber artillery, picked up Bronsky, who was the main driver, and slowly walked towards Ross not far away. In the process, Anton used his remaining hand to casually swing and fired a shell at the edge of the flight base. Boom. The shell exploded in front of the Jeep. The Jeep seemed to have encountered an earthquake, and the few people inside could not maintain a stable posture even with their seat belts tied. The driver stepped on the brakes, looked at the huge pit in front of him, swallowed his saliva, his forehead was covered with cold sweat, and turned to look at the few people vaguely visible in the smoke, especially the robot-like figure with red eyes. He knew that this was a warning. If he dared to move again, the shells would not be aimed at the open space in front of him, but at the Jeep he was in. Is this what you are capable of? Anton jumped into the air and slowly approached Ross with a crushing and victorious attitude. He threw Bronsky in front of Ross and looked at this military leader who was a lieutenant general of the Air Force with a complex expression of anger and humiliation. He said leisurely, "General Ross, if this is all you have, then I advise you to give up the pursuit of Banner. If he goes crazy, I'm afraid there will be few people in this world who can stop him. You have to know that these people do not include you." Chapter 127. Sorry, I'm undercover. Banner? Ross's face changed slightly when he heard this. The other party actually knew the person he was arresting, Bruce Banner. Codename, Hulk. This is definitely confidential information, not information that ordinary people can investigate, because it is only circulated among a few senior military personnel. People who know this information are not simple. Ross said coldly, "Who are you?" "You will know." Anton stared at Ross in front of him, thinking about how to deal with him. Killing Ross is easy. Only one shell from Cyborg is needed. Considering the energy in Cyborg's body, that is almost never lacking in blue, the consumption of one shell is not even a drop in the bucket. However, killing Ross is not realistic. After all, if Ross dies, the news will inevitably have a bad impact on Cyborg and even the Justice League that is about to be officially established. Although relying on Cyborg's ability, scientific evidence can be erased, and the truth can be covered up at the technological level. But the key is that there are so many soldiers at the scene. Sooner or later, everyone will recognize him. To cover up the truth, do we have to kill the soldiers together? Looking around, there were about 40 or 50 soldiers left. Their faces, blackened by gunpowder smoke, showed expressions of uncontrollable fear, and they looked at this side tremblingly. The rest of the soldiers either fell in the explosion, or collapsed on the ground and lost consciousness, or were crushed under the twisted armored vehicles. Miserable. If they really wanted to kill, it would not only be Ross, but all the remaining soldiers. Anton frowned slightly. If he was facing a villain, he would not say a word, not even bother to think, and would just do it directly. But the soldiers were not wrong in essence. They were just tools to follow the actions of their superiors. From this point of view, killing soldiers and killing civilians seemed to be no different, and Anton could not get over this conscience. However, if he did not kill Ross, he would be a threat. After all, the other party was a senior American military official, a lieutenant general level military leader. With him in the way, the Justice League represented by Cyborg would be difficult for the other party in the future. It was not that it could not be established, but it represented the trouble that would inevitably exist. This gave Anton a headache. At this moment, seeing the expressionless face of the enemy in front of him, Ross didn't know what the other party was thinking. He was a little nervous. His life was controlled by the other party's thoughts. Damn it. On the other side, Bronski, who was thrown to the ground by Anton, struggled to get up, looked at the steel bone in front of him, clenched his fist, and moved his hand to his waist without leaving a trace. Here is his secret weapon to save his life. A large caliber pistol that can only fire 6 bullets. Whoosh. He was obviously unwilling to give up. He moved quickly and straightened his back suddenly, aiming at Anton, who was slightly distracted in front of him, and aimed at the half of his face exposed. Go to hell. Bronski gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger continuously without hesitation. Bang 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 bang. Flames erupted, and 6 bullets passed through the barrel and quickly killed Anton's eyes. The only half of Anton's face that was exposed was undoubtedly the only remaining right eye. Looking at the bullets flying, Anton suddenly sneered and felt that he didn't need to hesitate. The other party had made a choice for him. In a split second, he raised his hand slightly and activated the sonic barrier in an instant, blocking the 6 bullets that were coming at him at high speed. Ding, 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 ding. The bullets fell to the ground and kept bouncing. When Bronski saw the man in front of him, the electronic eye on his left side glowed red, while the flesh eye on his right side revealed a terrifying murderous aura. Not good. Cold sweat broke out on Bronski's back. Even Ross felt something was wrong. The other party was obviously angered by Bronski's behavior. You have to think carefully. I'm a lieutenant general of the US Air Force. Ross's scalp tingled. But as he spoke, he saw the other party stretch out his hands and transform into a terrifying cannon barrel that was at least as big as a casserole, with amazing blue energy gathered in it. Damn it. Ross turned and ran away. However, the energy cannon had already been fired. Boom. Bronski was the first to be engulfed by the energy cannonball, followed by Ross, who ran out a dozen steps and was affected by the energy cannonball. In an instant, it seemed as if the earth was shaking and stone chips were flying. The ground in front of Anton was blasted into a huge circular pit by the energy shells, and inside it lay a body that had almost turned into white bones. Obviously, this person was Emil Bronski. The future abomination died here. The roughly recognizable bloody figure at the edge of the circular pit was undoubtedly General Ross. At this time, Ross had almost turned into a ball of red meat and could barely be seen as a person. His skin was severely burned all over his body, and his clothes were melted into pieces of cloth by the energy shells. He was motionless and collapsed to the ground. Humph. Anton saw the 2 people fall to the ground and snorted coldly, thinking that he was impulsive. But since he had done it, he would not consider regretting it, and did what he should do. He ignored the remaining soldiers and activated the ability of the steel bones to delete the monitoring records of the entire flight base, turning it into a blank. Then, he flew to the edge of the base, in front of the jeep where Phil and the other 2 were. Gudang. Phil looked at the man in front of him, and the astonishment in his heart could not be described in words. There were also Stockman and the female ninja Kale. The 3 of them were as trembling as the driver, staring at the man who swept the entire airbase. Get lost. Anton glared at the driver. The latter was almost frightened to incontinence. Under Anton's deterrence, his calves kept trembling, and he stumbled away from the jeep, not daring to stop for a step, and had to crawl as far as possible. Seeing this, Phil swallowed his saliva. Suddenly, he had an idea and overlapped the man in front of him with a man who left a deep impression on him. Cyborg. He took a breath. You are Cyborg. As an employee of the Daily Bugle, he was familiar with the DC company downstairs. After all, they all had the same boss. Under Eddie's leadership, his ability to flatter was growing day by day. He watched a lot of works released by DC. In fact, it was quite interesting. He was also a DC fan, and he must be familiar with the second movie of his boss's life shot by himself. Phil was shocked to find that the man in front of him was exactly the same as the superhero image named Cyborg in Anton's work. Of course, because he came to Brazil, his information was seriously out of sync with that in New York. It was normal that he didn't know Cyborg, who had become famous in recent days. But it was also normal to judge his identity from his distinctive image. After all, the cyborg that Anton was incarnating at this time, especially the silver mechanical body, was too easy to recognize. Cyborg? What? Stockman and Kale looked at each other, saying that they had never heard of this name. Cyborg. Phil kindly introduced, a superhero, a comrade in arms with Batman, probably. Batman. Hearing this name, Stockman and Kale's faces changed drastically. Why would Batman send someone here? They were very nervous, even more nervous than when Ross led the army to capture this flying base. The threat Batman brought to them was much stronger and more direct than Ross. Phil looked at the cyborg in front of him and hesitated. Anton nodded to him. Phil was overjoyed. He understood what the other party meant. Ahem. Phil cleared his throat and said to the two people beside him, now that things have come to this, I won't hide it. You two, Cyborg came here for me. For you? Stockman and Kale were confused again. Yes. Phil spoke in an apologetic tone, but with an uncontrollable arrogance. Sorry, I'm undercover. Stockman and Kale opened their mouths wide, almost unable to close them. They never thought that this man who called himself Evil Ghost would say such a thing. The two were instantly panicked. Stockman was so scared that his whole body trembled. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word for a long time. Excuse me, I want to be a good person. Is it too late now? Urgent. Waiting online. Chapter 128 Marvel Logic. To become stronger, turn green first. Where is your equipment? Anton glanced at Phil, ignoring his arrogant mood, and ordered, go get your equipment and the positioning device. It's time to leave here. Understood. Phil nodded and rushed into the building of the flight base. A few minutes later, he was dressed neatly, wearing a modified and repainted Green Goblin suit, and came to Anton. Seeing Phil's appearance at this time, Anton had to admit, Phil, aliased as Evil Ghost, looked more like a supervillain than a superhero. This outfit, going out shopping on Halloween, can easily scare children to tears. I really don't know what Phil's aesthetic is. He was speechless for a moment, and then saw Phil holding a suitcase in his hand, guessing that this was the slightly damaged positioning device. Take this woman with you. Let's leave here first. Understood. As soon as Phil finished speaking, he saw Cyborg grabbing Stockman and flying into the sky, but inexplicably stayed in the air and turned to look at the flight base. He stepped on the flying skateboard with Calais hanging under his feet and came to the same height as Cyborg. What's wrong? There's still something to do. Anton replied calmly, if this matter gets out, as a reporter, you should know the seriousness of the consequences better than me. You are ready? Phil opened his eyes wide and looked at the flight base in front of him. He saw the steel bones beside him raise their hands again, and the sonic shells gathered and aimed at the major fighter planes, armored vehicles, and the most important ammunition depot not far away, completely detonating the entire base. Boom. Boom. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Fire and black gunpowder instantly filled the entire flight base. At the same time, this world was like a natural disaster, shaking left and right, and the ground cracked into deep gullies, and it was difficult to calm down. Needless to say, the soldiers who had survived inside the base, without exception, all were swept by this terrifying explosion, and the shockwave and fire turned them into bones. And Ross and Bronsky, who had already failed, had an even more tragic ending. In addition, the black box inside the flight base was deleted by Anton. The external traces were also completely wiped out by the explosion. In this way, no one knows who attacked Ross and others. This black part will most likely be put on Bruce's banner. Phil was stunned. He turned his head blankly and looked at the steel skeleton beside him. Suddenly he began to tremble. For a moment, he couldn't figure out who the bad guy was. This rooting out approach is too villain-like, right? Why do I feel so good? While thinking, Phil looked at the flight base that was almost bombed into ruins, and his expression was dazed. Then, Anton, who had transformed into a steel skeleton, followed the flight base away from the rainforest. Phil, your name is Phil, right? Soon, about 10 kilometers away from the city, the steel skeleton stopped moving forward and said to Phil, you should have a way to return to New York. No problem, I can contact the people at the high table. Phil nodded happily. Batman and the high table have a certain cooperative relationship. Through his relationship with the Daily Bugle, he can easily contact the high table. The high table is not an organization in a certain region. As the empire on which the sun never sets in the assassin world, its influence spreads all over the world. It is definitely not a problem to return to New York through the high table. Okay. Cyborg nodded, threw Stockman to Phil, and said, leave these two people to you. The positioning equipment must be repaired as soon as possible. Telepathic transmission technology is crucial. Leaving now? Phil was stunned. He saw the man in front of him soar into the sky and fly away like lightning after saying this. The huge sonic boom echoed in his ears, and the shock waves generated by exceeding the speed of sound spread all around. He suddenly realized that the speed shown by the other party just now was just to let him go. Gudang. Phil swallowed his saliva. He really couldn't figure out where his boss met Cyborg, and even filmed a movie about Cyborg. The image of Cyborg in the movie is completely different from the person he saw now. But when he thought that Cyborg was his own, he suddenly felt safe. To be honest, the other party killed the army. Wasn't the original purpose to save himself? After the soaring steel skeleton entered the sky above the clouds, his whole body turned invisible and completely disappeared in Brazil. At the same time, New York. Anton, who was at home, opened his eyes and restrained the murderous aura in his eyes. Banner. He thought for a moment, thinking of Bruce Banner, who was teleported to an unknown place by the last fragment of the teleportation device. The three parts of the teleportation device all have the ability to transmit. But the key is that these three parts are not stable when used separately. There is a high possibility of errors. Only when the three are combined into one can it be a stable teleportation device, which can allow its own thoughts to be transmitted to every corner of the teleported person's cognition, even the universe. This is a very buggy technology. Just like the original steel skeleton, Victor Stone. The steel skeleton is equipped with a mother box from Apocalypse, which gives him the ability to use a roaring tunnel for transmission. However, since the technology has not been fully mastered, there is a possibility of transmission errors. However, after Anton transformed into Cyborg, he did not obtain the teleportation ability granted by the Apocalypse mother box from the original Cyborg. This is probably related to the movie version. Anyway, Anton does not remember that Cyborg showed teleportation ability in the Justice League movie. Let's get back to the point. If Banner was teleported away by the fragments of the teleportation device, he would hit a very small success probability. So, according to what Banner thought in his heart, where would he be teleported? There is only one answer. That is his former lover, Betty. Betty here, of course, cannot be the Betty Brant that Anton knows, but Betty Ross, the daughter of General Ross. After all, at the beginning, Banner was also a young man that Ross was quite optimistic about. Analyzing from the original plot, the person Banner misses most now is not someone else, but his muse. As for Mr. Lan, that's all later. Betty Ross. Anton pondered for a moment and felt that he could try to start from this aspect and try to find Banner's trace first. He took out his mobile phone and called Winston at the Continental Hotel. A moment later, he received an email in his mailbox. When he clicked it, it was all the information about Betty Ross, and even the information about Betty's current boyfriend, a psychiatrist. Anton clicked his tongue repeatedly. The Hulk. For some reason, most of these Marvel superheroes are either cheated on or on the way to being cheated on. Venom, the Hulk, Spider-Man, they all have green grasslands on their heads. As for Captain America, I don't know if it can be considered as being cheated on. I cheated on myself. There are two Captain Americas in one time and space. This logic is very strange, but it does make sense. In short, to become strong, you must first become green. Unlike any meaning, you are the green light, so unique. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129, First Meeting with Banner. Betty Ross had not contacted General Ross for almost 2 years after Banner and General Ross had a falling out. This also means that Banner has been hiding and has been hunted by General Ross for 2 years. Virginia, Culver University. Betty Ross is a doctor of cell biology and teaches at this university. She is a famous beautiful doctor. This day, after class, she made an appointment with her boyfriend, a top psychiatrist, to go to Stan's Pizza. This is the place of memories between her and Bruce Banner. Although Banner has been away from her life for 2 years, the habits of the past are still retained in her life. Her current boyfriend does not seem to know Betty Ross's past story. They drove to Stan's Pizza, unaware that a low-key black car quietly followed the two of them and came here together. Inside the store. Stan, why did you close so early? Betty Ross knocked on the glass door of the pizza shop and saw old man Stan cleaning with a surprised expression. Sorry, we are out of pizza today, nothing else. Stan slightly opened the door and showed a regretful expression to the two people at the door. Really? Betty Ross looked at her boyfriend next to her. Her boyfriend smiled and said, I know a place with good steaks. How about changing the taste tonight? Okay, see you tomorrow, Stan. Remember to save me a piece of pizza you made yourself. The two waved their hands. Of course. Stan watched them leave and breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the two people walk away, he threw away the sanitary tools in his hand and was about to close the door tightly when he suddenly saw a strange man standing at the door of the store and smiled at him. We are closed. Stan was helpless. Sorry, boss, I'm not here for pizza. The man opposite Stan said, I'm here to find someone. Bruce Banner, he should be here, right? Stan heard this, and his face changed. Before he could answer, the man opposite him was of course Anton. After receiving Betty Ross's information, he immediately set off and came to Culver University in Virginia. Combined with the original plot, it is logical to follow Betty Ross and come to this pizza shop. The owner of this pizza shop is a friend that Banner trusts. If he is not with Betty Ross, he must live in Stan's Pizza shop. Obviously, Anton guessed right. Gudang. Old man Stan's forehead was full of cold sweat. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Anton in front of him, not knowing what to say. Let him come out. Anton smiled slightly. I have no ill will towards him. On the contrary, the only person in the world who can help Bruce Banner now is me. Stan hesitated for a moment. Stan, open the door. A familiar voice came from behind. Turning around, Banner had pushed open the kitchen door and came to the restaurant, staring at himself at the door and the man outside the door. Creak. Anton came to the inside of the restaurant. He looked at Bruce Banner in front of him, saw that he was mentally exhausted, and greeted him. My name is Anton Jameson. What's the matter? Banner said lightly. He was hiding from the army because Ross wanted to turn him into a weapon. If Ross could get his blood and conduct cell analysis and research, he could create another him. This was what Banner didn't want to see. Of course, in the process of avoiding the army's capture, he gradually realized a fact. The fear in his heart gradually turned into a stagnant pool. Because anyone who knew of his existence knew very well that the person to be afraid of was never him. Banner, I think you must be tired of endless escape. Anton said seriously. So what? Banner stared at him. I can find a way to get the military to cancel the wanted order against you. Anton said, there are not many people who can help you now, and I happen to be one of them. Why should I believe you? Banner asked. You cannot believe me, but you must believe your friends. Anton looked at Stan. Ah. Stan looked puzzled and looked at Anton. Then, why should I believe you? Of course it's because of another person. Anton's heart moved. Creak. The two turned their heads in horror. They saw the door connecting the kitchen and the restaurant being pushed open again. A man in black armor and a fluttering cape appeared in front of the three. It was evening. The light was dim. Do you need me to introduce myself? The man stood in the shadows, and the dim light from the outside shone on his feet. He looked stern, staring at Banner and Stan, and spoke in a low voice. Batman. Stan opened his eyes wide and was stunned. It is not an exaggeration to say that the most famous superhero in the United States is Batman. On the one hand, it is because of the operation of DC, and on the other hand, Batman has done many things that shocked the United States since his debut. Even the Green Arrow, Cyborg, and even Tony Stark's incarnation of Iron Man, who have appeared recently, are not as good as Batman in the ranking of superheroes. In the past 2 days, thanks to the popularity of Iron Man, Cyborg, Green Arrow, Spider-Man, Venom, Daredevil, and other characters have all been reported in newspapers, Eddie suddenly had an idea and designed an online vote to select the superhero with the highest public support. Batman took nearly half of the votes with 46% support, leaving the rest far behind. Iron Man only had 20%, and Cyborg, with the support of the black community, took 11% of all votes. Among the other superheroes, Spider-Man had the highest vote rate, but it did not exceed 10%. Eddie was angry when he saw that he was the last one. However, when he saw that the Daily Bugle was sold out again, he felt very relieved for his wallet and bonus. Suddenly he felt that the last one was not unacceptable. In short, Batman is now a superstar among superheroes. Iron Man and Cyborg are barely first tier, Spider-Man and Daredevil are second tier, and Venom, who is last, is naturally selected into the third tier camp. Stan couldn't not know Batman. Even Banner, who was hiding in Brazil for 2 years, showed a stunned expression. Although he was hiding, it did not mean that he was out of touch with the outside world. Banner, who often pays attention to the news, is definitely not unfamiliar with Batman, who is famous all over the United States. Batman, it's you. Banner's heartbeat accelerated, beating wildly, and he was excited. To be honest, if it weren't for the mental training over the years, he would probably have lost control and transformed into the Hulk. Can we have a good talk now? Seeing this, Anton looked around and shrugged. Of course, it's better to go inside. This is not a good place to talk. I've been stuck in writing recently. To be honest, the question of whether to kill Ross has troubled me for 2 days. I didn't plan to kill him, but I saw that many comments said to kill him, so I just killed him. It's a bit forced. I won't talk about my mental journey. Anyway, I'm a little doubtful about my life. I'm really sick in my brain to come up with such a plot. However, I sorted out my thoughts today and got a new idea. Anyway, I'll finish this plot as soon as possible and move on to the next plot. In the conception, the next plot is the appearance of the Justice League after the initial establishment. Exclamation mark. Chapter 130, The Scapegoat. Professional Scapegoat. 2-in-1. Stan's Pizza. Inside the house, old Stan, the owner of the pizza shop, left a private space for Anton, Batman, and Banner, and did not intend to participate in the communication between the three. Out of trust in Batman, he felt that Batman could definitely solve the problem Banner was facing now. After all, in the superhero voting event held by the Daily Bugle, he voted for Batman without hesitation. How are you going to help me, and what do you want me to do for you? Banner looked at the two people in front of him. Although he knew that Batman was not an ordinary superhero, he still felt a little hesitant. After restraining his inner excitement, he thought for a while and asked again, "You should know who is chasing me, right? Lieutenant General of the Air Force, Thaddeus Ross." Batman said lightly, "You don't have to worry about Ross anymore. He can never threaten you." "What do you mean?" Banner frowned slightly, looking at the two people in front of him, and suddenly an incredible idea came to his mind. "He's dead. Died in a flying base in Brazil." Anton added for his Batman clone. "Ross is dead." Banner opened his eyes wide, all in disbelief. He was a little dazed, muttering to himself, "Ross just died like this?" Then he came back to his senses. How did he die? Ross died of his own stupidity. In front of Banner, Batman didn't speak. Anton spoke on behalf of Batman and said calmly, "Drive Banner. You won't forget how you got back to the United States, right? Teleport." Banner hesitated. The scene at that time was unforgettable. Of course he would not forget how he got back to the United States. After being hunted by the army, he turned into the Hulk, accidentally met a group of people, and was teleported to the United States by a device. Afterwards, Banner, a top scientist, found out through investigation that this device is very likely a new concept technology in recent years. Mind transmission technology. Banner really didn't expect that this epoch-making black technology that can be called magic has become a reality. Telepathy technology relies on a transmission device, and the device has 3 parts. Only when the 3 parts are combined can stable telepathy be achieved, or in other words, directional telepathy. Anton had already thought of how to explain it. He said, it was one of them that teleported you away. At that time, you turned into the Hulk, and the group you met were the remnants of the Bigfoot gang who went to the rainforest to find a telepathy device. There were 2 groups from the military, so I accidentally took the telepathy device from them. Banner was a little surprised. Yes. Anton nodded. You have a part of the telepathy device, which is also one of the reasons why I came to you. After a pause, he continued, in addition, the remnants of the Bigfoot gang hold the other 2 parts. After you escaped with the fragments of the telepathy device, Ross discovered the remnants of the Bigfoot gang and took great pains to capture them and torture them to find out the inside story of the telepathy device. At this point, Anton looked at Banner and smiled. You should know that Ross is a greedy person. Yes, he will never give up this technology. Banner nodded in agreement. Anton said, Ross tried to activate the teleportation device and then encountered an accident. The entire flight base was destroyed. Ross and his army were all dead. Accident? Banner was puzzled again and couldn't figure it out. With a little shock in his tone, he asked, what kind of accident could destroy the base and make Ross and his army dead? Aliens. Anton said an astonishing fact. He said, do you think that with the current level of technology on Earth, teleportation technology can really be created? This. Banner was speechless for a long time. Anton's explanation was like a sledgehammer, hitting him hard on the head, making his brain buzz. As a scientist, it was difficult for him to believe this explanation that almost jumped out of science. This explanation is too far-fetched. Aliens? So, teleportation technology is actually alien technology. You will believe it. Anton said, but the key now is not the aliens, but you, Banner, me. Who do you think the military will blame for Ross's death and the destruction of the army? Anton shrugged. The destruction of the flight base. The aliens destroyed everything, leaving no clues or evidence to explain the truth. So, the military first considers the illusory aliens, or you who are being hunted by Ross, and are a huge threat? Banner's face twitched. He immediately understood that Anton was telling the truth. The military would never consider any aliens, but would only think that it was himself, incarnated as the Hulk, who destroyed the flight base, killed Ross and his army. This completely offended the military. The death of an Air Force Lieutenant General is completely different from the death of an ordinary soldier, or even a group of ordinary soldiers. Not to mention, Ross is one of the few people in the army who holds real power. The death of such a big shot is equivalent to a slap in the face of the US military. The military will not let him go. It is foreseeable that the military will intensify the pursuit, and Banner's life will become even more uneasy in the future. You are not saying these words to laugh at me, right? Banner took a deep breath, staring at Anton and Batman beside him with burning eyes. You must have a way. He was very sure. Yes. Sure enough, Anton saw Banner calm down so quickly and smiled. It's very simple. Since they don't want to believe that it was aliens who killed Ross, let the aliens appear in front of them as an indisputable fact. The key lies in the telepathic transmission device. Banner suddenly had an idea and vaguely understood Anton's idea. As long as Ross's experience is repeated, someone will naturally believe this fact. And you, Bruce Banner, can also wash away the charges and even get rid of the title of wanted criminal. Anton nodded meaningfully. The premise is that after the truth is revealed, you have to find a backer who is enough to make the military bow their heads, or in other words, let the military recognize your identity. Otherwise, even if you are proven innocent, your value will not make the military admit its mistakes. What do you mean? Banner looked at Anton and Batman with burning eyes. Of course, this time, the person he was mainly looking at was the latter. Batman turned out. Mysterious identity. Mystery often represents strength. I can help you. Finally, Batman spoke again and said slowly, Banner, I'm planning to build a superhero team. Of course, whether you are willing to join or not, I will find a way to help you regain your freedom. In addition, I have another request. You have a smart mind, and someone needs your help. No need to say, I promise you. Banner said decisively without hesitation. For him, it was not easy to grab a reliable life-saving straw, so of course he would not hesitate. Seeing this, Anton smiled. Next, it was time to find a poor guy who was suitable for taking the blame and let the military admit that Ross died of aliens. In this regard, Anton already had a more perfect idea. So, 2 days later, Phil, who had finally smuggled back through the high table channel, was arrested by George and the New York Police Department task force at the Brooklyn Pier in New York without any resistance. The 2 people who were supposed to stay with Phil, Stockman, and the female ninja Kale, were missing. George Stacy was surprised to find equipment similar to the Green Goblin on Phil. This is a clue about the Green Goblin. Osborn received news that the current person in power, Harry Osborn, would definitely provide a lot of sponsorship to the police station. The 4 turtles were moved to tears. After joining the task force for so long, their work finally got rid of the scope of washing the ground and completed a mission. But they could never have imagined that this was a drama arranged by Anton. Thanks to the time when the Ninja Turtles and Anton were in contact, Phil was busy getting familiar with the equipment, and the 2 sides did not know each other. Otherwise he would have been exposed and would not have received such a real reaction from the turtles. However, just when the task force was excited, SHIELD appeared at the right time. A large number of black cars surrounded the dock. The director of SHIELD, leading a large number of agents, came to the task force, looking very much like a villain. Black Salted Egg said with a serious face, "Chief George, please hand over the suspect to us. SHIELD will handle this case." As soon as these words came out, all the members of the New York Police Department's task force turned their eyes to the SHIELD team, with unfriendly faces. "Last time, Tony Stark handed it over to you, and this time it's handed over to you again. SHIELD specializes in stealing business from the task force, right?" George was furious. But then, a call from New York City Hall forced him to hand Phil over to SHIELD. The SHIELD people left with Phil. George snorted, watching the shield vehicle drive away with a cold look. "Chief, are you just going to hand the person over to them?" Michelangelo was so angry that he waved his nunchaku and whispered in George's ear, "This is too much. Aren't they a highly confidential department responsible for special cases? How come everything always falls into their hands?" "Don't worry." George suddenly restrained his anger and laughed. For the New York Police Department, the arrest of the remnants of the Bigfoot gang at the Brooklyn docks by the New York Police Department was already a credit. Now that SHIELD has snatched the case from the New York Police Department, the subsequent situation has nothing to do with the New York Police Department. Anyway, there is already a small profit, and he is just unhappy with SHIELD's attitude and the fact that they have snatched food from the New York Police Department again and again. Moreover, based on the information vaguely revealed by his own source, Eddie, the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle, George understood that this matter was no small matter. Once the New York Police Department is involved, it is likely to be in big trouble, and it will be extremely difficult to withdraw. Let go when it's time to let go. George thought of Eddie's reminder again, and realized that Eddie might have anticipated this situation. So, it might be a good thing for SHIELD to take away the remnants of the Bigfoot gang. On the other side, Black Egg took Phil to a base somewhere in downtown New York. Phil was detained in a temporary room. Outside the room were agents. It was airtight. Not even a fly could fly in. After getting off the car, Black Egg did not rush to interrogate Phil, but took a look at Phil's equipment and then fell into deep thought. Ross died of his own stupidity. He took the initiative to attract aliens. Black Egg narrowed his eyes and thought of Anton's reminder. Aliens. Ross's death and the army he led died in an alien attack. This news shocked Black Egg. SHIELD has been monitoring the world for so many years, and it never thought that there would be such an emergency. Ross, as a senior military official, died at the hands of aliens? Black Egg had some doubts about this information, but he also knew that the Batman behind Anton seemed to have no reason to deceive himself. Moreover, SHIELD has a very high utilization value for Batman. Using SHIELD as a bridge to establish contact with the World Security Council, the Justice League will appear as a legitimate organization without being criticized. Nick Fury understands that this is Batman's current demand. Anton's proactive reminder represents Batman's goodwill. S.H.I.E.L.D. can achieve certain political goals from it, and even reap considerable practical benefits. After all, the death of Ross and the destruction of the Army's Brazilian flight base, which only came out 2 days ago, caused a great sensation in the US military, and many military leaders were furious. In just 2 days, countless meetings were held to discuss the matter. You know, Ross has the same status as these military leaders, and it is almost impossible to say who is more important. Because everyone is important. Ross is dead. Does it mean that they can also die? But on the ruins of the flight base, there is no evidence to explain the cause of the incident. That is, the culprit cannot be found. As Anton thought, Bruce Banner became the biggest suspect. After receiving the news, S.H.I.E.L.D. also sent people to investigate according to the procedures, but they could not find any clues, just like the military. Nick Fury didn't take it seriously at first. After all, this was a matter of the US military and had little to do with S.H.I.E.L.D. However, after Batman reminded him, Nick Fury suddenly realized that S.H.I.E.L.D. had a lot of room for maneuver behind this matter. Room. Natasha opened the door of the room where Phil was. Phil, long time no see. Natasha looked at her familiar former colleague in front of her and was a little surprised that the other party was also a member of the Justice League. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, we know you are innocent, but you can't leave here now. We still have some questions to ask before we can let you go." Natasha? Phil stared at Natasha in front of him in astonishment. Don't forget that, when Natasha was Anton's personal assistant, she followed Anton to the Daily Bugle many times. After all, DC and the Daily Bugle are only separated by one floor. Although Phil was sent undercover by Anton not long after Natasha joined the company, the two had met before. You, why are you here? Phil was shocked, then thought about himself and suddenly realized, you are also an undercover agent? Undercover? Natasha was a little surprised to hear such a statement, and laughed. You are right. Then, her face turned serious. She said seriously, let's get straight to the point. Phil, what is going on? How did Batman know that the demise of Ross and the military was caused by aliens? What did you experience in Brazil? The source of all this is related to the Bigfoot gang. Phil fell into deep thought, and thinking of Anton's instructions, he used his lifelong acting skills and told the story with emotion. Chapter 131 Batman Needs Us. Requestful order. The Bigfoot gang has mastered an alien technology called teleportation technology, which can achieve the effect of fixed point teleportation. This technology relies on a teleportation device, but the device is divided into 3 parts, one of which is in the hands of the Bigfoot gang, and the other 2 parts are scattered around the earth. Although a single part has the ability to teleport, its stability is extremely poor and the probability of success is extremely small. Phil said slowly, after the Bigfoot gang leader Shredder was arrested, the remnants of the Bigfoot gang planned to assemble a complete teleportation device to ensure that Shredder could be rescued and to guard against Batman, so as to ensure success. Teleportation device? Natasha frowned slightly. She had never heard of this technology. Of course, for people who don't pay attention to this information, it is normal not to know. After all, there are so many advanced technologies in the world, and few can be immediately applied to life. They are all strategically prioritized. Alien technology. Natasha was most concerned about these words from Phil's mouth. Alien technology. The teleportation device is technology from aliens. This reminded her of the movie Anton filmed, Cyborg, in which Victor Stone, a cyborg, survived because of the use of alien technology, which turned him into a half-human half-mechanical cyborg. Could it be? She remained calm, but she was a little hesitant. In front of her, Phil continued, I followed Batman's instructions, disguised myself as a subordinate of the Green Goblin, and infiltrated the remnants of the Bigfoot gang. Just as I followed them to the rainforest to find the last part of the teleportation device, I ran into General Ross and his army who were arresting Dr. Banner. Ross snatched the teleportation device from us and accidentally triggered the switch, attracting the attention and attack of aliens. He swallowed his saliva and looked horrified. The alien called himself General Lang and launched an attack across the space channel, almost razing the entire flight base to the ground. If it wasn't for the critical moment, I controlled my demon suit to turn off the switch and stop the energy supply to the teleportation device. You should be able to see the aliens now without my explanation. This paragraph made Natasha ponder for a long time. She asked, now that the flight base has been razed to the ground, where is the teleportation device? Why didn't we find the device from the ruins of the base? It was taken away by the remnants of the Bigfoot gang. Phil gritted his teeth. At the critical moment, my identity was exposed and they took away the teleportation device. I was in a hurry to return to New York because they might take Shredder away from the prison before us. I understand. Natasha nodded. Although there were still some details that she didn't understand, the general direction was similar to the existing judgment, and she could trust Phil's story to a certain extent. She reported all this to Nick Fury. Black Egg's face remained unchanged. Too late. He slowly said, the news came too late. What do you mean? Natasha looked puzzled. When I learned that this matter was related to the Bigfoot gang, I contacted the people in the prison. Black Egg said in a slightly depressed tone, they just told me that Shredder disappeared strangely a few hours ago, as if he had moved in space. Natasha was shocked. She knew that Shredder's disappearance meant that the Bigfoot gang had already taken action. So, New York is very dangerous. Natasha frowned. A gangster with alien technology, who knows if they will suddenly go crazy? The matter has become a big deal. Order all agents to search for the remaining forces of the Bigfoot gang in New York, and make sure to find Shredder. Black Egg has realized it and said solemnly, this matter involves aliens, and he has to accept it. Perhaps, even Batman has to throw the trouble to S.H.I.E.L.D. because he knows that the matter is of great importance. Black Egg was thoughtful. He didn't know that all this was in Anton's plan, and he, Black Egg, was just the unlucky guy that Anton used to take the blame. New York, sewer space, the dojo of the Ninja Turtles. After throwing the blame to S.H.I.E.L.D., Anton led Bruce Banner here. Banner was shocked. He didn't expect that such a feng shui treasure land was hidden under the prosperous New York. In the dirty and messy sewer, it is a great thing to be able to clean up such a clean and living environment. Ninja Turtles. Banner still pays attention to various news in the United States. The Daily Bugle is an unavoidable part of the news media. The Daily Bugle has published almost all the superheroes that have appeared in New York. Whether it is Batman, Venom, Daredevil, Ninja Turtles, or Spider-Man, Iron Man, they are all objects that have been reported by the Daily Bugle. Banner certainly knows the Ninja Turtles. Not only the Ninja Turtles, but also some villains that have appeared, such as the Green Goblin, the Lizard Man, and even Dr. Octopus. He has heard of them. Drive Banner. Although you are a physicist, I know that you also have a deep research on cell biology. This will be your home court. Anton looked at the man next to him and introduced him to a one-armed man who was walking towards him. This is Kurt Connors, a professor of biology. You must have a lot in common. Connors? Banner was stunned and quickly recalled the other party, another identity of the one-armed professor. Lizard Man. Yes, I'm the Lizard Man. Connors was a little embarrassed. After regaining his sanity, he had to admit that the other party mentioned the past that he did not want to recall. Connors said seriously, Drive Banner, I have turned over a new leaf, and I'm currently doing my best to make up for the mistakes I made in the past. I can understand. Banner smiled bitterly. After becoming the Hulk, he had done many things that he regretted. This helpless emotion really made people unwilling to recall. Okay, the greetings are over. Let's get to the point. Anton nodded to Connors. Drive Banner, our current research direction is to develop human enhancement drugs that have no side effects, or that have no obvious side effects, and can be used in practice. Connors introduced the current results to Banner. With the mutagen in the blood of the Ninja Turtles, the human enhancement drug has achieved preliminary results, but the biggest problem we face is that we still cannot determine the mental impact of the drug on the experimenter. Maybe you don't know that the Green Goblin is our president. Connors introduced the current situation and the role of the mutagen in detail. Banner's eyes lit up when he heard it. He was shocked by the effect of the mutagen. He admired Dr. O'Neill who developed the mutagen and regretted O'Neill's untimely death. However, the mutagen reminded him of himself. With the help of the mutagen, Could he suppress the Hulk in his body, or even destroy the Hulk? Banner was suddenly full of hope. The powerful strength brought to him by the Hulk did not make him a superior person, but instead made him fall into the abyss and spend 2 years on the run. At least, at the moment, suppressing this uncontrollable power is his greatest hope. On the other side, after taking Banner to the base of the ninja gods and demons, Anton left the sewer and returned to the Daily Bugle. The Bigfoot gang has started to act. Eddie called, his voice quite excited. He was now inside the TCRI experimental building. With the help of Venom, he easily broke through the defense of the remaining forces of the Bigfoot gang and entered the interior quietly. As for the surveillance inside the building, etc., with the help of Cyborg, it would not pose a threat to him at all. The Bigfoot gang never thought that their every move was under the surveillance of Anton and others. Dr. Stockman looked excited. The female ninja Kale stood beside Shredder, who had just been rescued, with a face full of expectation, as if she had already seen the Bigfoot gang sweeping the world and Shredder dominating the world. Let's go back to one day ago. Phil was holding Stockman and the female ninja Kale down and boarding a cargo ship from Brazil. At night, with years of training, the female ninja Kale untied her hands and feet, took away the mind transmission device that Phil was carrying, while Phil was not paying attention, and rescued Stockman. When the two escaped, they were shocked to find that the mind transmission device that was originally divided into 3 parts had become complete. They quickly found an explanation. The man who was a silver robot, who effortlessly killed an army and turned the flight base into ruins, took back the last fragment from another monster before rushing to the flight base and combined the 3 into one. However, according to Stockman's experience, if a complete teleportation device is used, a large amount of energy is required. In their opinion, this is also the reason why Phil chose to sneak back to New York instead of using the teleportation device. Even though he had mastered the complete teleportation device, the two who regained their freedom immediately contacted the remaining members of the Bigfoot gang, returned to New York before Phil, and then arrived at the TCRI laboratory building, activated the teleportation device, and successfully rescued Shredder. After Shredder was rescued by them, he was like a country bumpkin who suddenly saw the market and was completely brainwashed. The ambition in his eyes almost condensed into a real flame. Alien Lounge. When Shredder explained everything to them, Stockman and Kale were a little bit unbelievable. Aliens. It turns out that they really exist. Moreover, the teleportation device is actually an alien technology. Stockman was lucky. After he got the fragments of the teleportation device, he conducted many investigations on the authenticity and source of this technology. Finally, he came to the conclusion: it is impossible for such an epoch-making black technology to be born on Earth today. So, no matter how impossible it is, the last possibility left is the truth. Hearing the truth from Shredder, he also became excited. If it is true as Shredder said, the teleportation device can help the alien language to transmit the War Fortress, which symbolizes the pinnacle of technology, from the distant universe to the Earth, then the future of this planet can already be predicted. The alien language occupied the Earth, and Shredder was second only to him. As the greatest contributor, Stockman will surely enjoy supreme power and status, and become one of the most distinguished people on this planet. As for Batman and Phil, they will all be fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. Stockman gritted his teeth. For him, the fear brought by Batman is one aspect, but what he hates more is actually Phil, who has deceived him for so long. Undercover. Stockman looked at the complete teleportation device in front of him and sneered. You will pay the price, Phil. TSK. It seems that Phil really offended them. Eddie hid in the corner and recorded everything with a camera. Venom amplified his hearing, letting him know what these villains in the camera screen were discussing. To be honest, although Anton was a little surprised to learn about the existence of the alien Lang, in general, it was not as shocking as the teleportation technology. You know, Venom, who was attached to him, was also an alien. Thinking of this, Eddie was not so surprised, but took it for granted. Otherwise, Anton would have no reason to invest so much energy in the Bigfoot gang and send Phil to go undercover. Let you be proud for a while and then see if you can laugh. Eddie smiled. Although he knew the other party's full plan and the consequences, he was not nervous at all. The Justice League assembled. The superheroes are ready to go. It's time to let the people of New York know the existence of the Justice League and let them know that, although New York is in danger at any time, the protector of this city is also beyond the reach of other cities. DC Company. Anton was sitting in the office, received Eddie's report, took out his mobile phone, and called one by one. Hell's Kitchen. Ring ring ring. Night Devil. Matt Murdock received a call from Anton. What's the matter? Matt's heart moved, and he had a premonition that Anton's call was not simple. Then, his face gradually became solemn. I know. Matt replied. Night Devil has been on vacation for so long. It's time to go out and move around. Midtown High School. The principal came to Peter's class. Who is Peter Parker? He looked around and saw a thin boy stood up and waved to the boy. Kid, someone is here to pick you up. It's a reporter from the Daily Bugle. The Daily Bugle? Peter followed the principal out of the class, looking confused. Do you know the ranking of superheroes not long ago? The Daily Bugle seems to be planning to follow suit and rank all the middle schools in New York, so it is interviewing and investigating students from various middle schools. The principal looked at Peter with a smile. Kid, do you know what to say? Peter was speechless, and a mouthful of old wine stuck in his throat, and couldn't spit it out. New York Police Department. The 4 little turtles who were at work received the notice, and became excited instantly. They came to George's office. Chief. Michelangelo said excitedly, we need to go out on the field. Batman needs us. Happy New Year's Eve everyone. Please give me a monthly ticket. Please give me a full subscription. Let me have a good new year too. Chapter 132. Time of Crisis. Happy New Year. New York, Manhattan, TCRI Experimental Building. As the new base of the Bigfoot Gang, the alien invasion plan led by Shredder who escaped from prison is in full swing. Boom. Suddenly, the wind and clouds changed. The blue energy ray rushed into the sky like a cannonball through the output tool on the top floor of TCRI and exploded in the clouds, sweeping the sky above Manhattan. The clouds were affected by the energy ray and expanded rapidly, turning black and forming a vortex. The center of the vortex seemed to be connected to another space. Judging from the posture, something is about to come out of the clouds. Crack. Fine lightning and blue energy kept flashing in the dark clouds. The citizens of New York felt the unusual atmosphere, their heartbeats accelerated, and they were inexplicably panicked. They looked up at the clouds that started from Manhattan and expanded almost to the entire New York area, and they had an ominous premonition of what would happen next. A hotel. Nick Fury heard the noise outside the window and saw the dark clouds in the sky through the glass window. He saw with his own eyes that the terrifying energy that could not be described in words was gathering in the sky. Just as Phil said before, a space channel is being opened. The black hand behind the space channel is an alien that is unbelievable, but you have to believe it. Mind transmission device. Director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Black Egg. Nick Fury's face was grim. He knew that the situation had evolved to the worst case scenario he could imagine, and it was too late to take action against the Bigfoot gang at this time. The main reason was that only a few hours had passed, and the Bigfoot gang had taken extreme measures. This was far beyond Black Egg's expectations. Found it. Natasha pushed open the door, looked solemn, and came to Nick Fury. In the TCRI Experimental Building. She reported, through the energy positioning just released, the Bigfoot gang is in the TCRI Experimental Building. Send all agents to shut down the mind transmission device and prevent the Bigfoot gang from bringing aliens to the Earth. Black Egg spoke in a deep voice. After a pause, he continued, also, tell Tony that New York is in danger and S.H.I.E.L.D. needs support. Understood. Natasha nodded. Hawkeye has already rushed there. Coulson is gathering people and preparing to break through TCRI in one fell swoop. Then he changed the subject. Should we contact Anton? Contact Anton? Black Egg understood what Natasha meant. This was to ask Batman for help. To ensure that everything was foolproof, of course the message had to be passed on to Batman. Although judging from the situation, even if Batman was not told, Batman would know that New York was in crisis. After all, it was Batman who told S.H.I.E.L.D. about the intelligence about aliens. No need. Black Egg thought for a moment and shook his head. If S.H.I.E.L.D. can handle it, Batman doesn't need to show up. But if S.H.I.E.L.D. can't handle it, Batman won't stand idly by. Understood. Natasha followed the order, then found Carlson, assembled all the agents in New York, got on the car, and drove all the way to the destination quickly. At the same time, the TCRI experimental building. We succeeded. Shredder looked crazy. The successful operation of the telepathic transmission device in front of him had made him see the scene where the alien lander, using the war fortress to occupy the Earth, would dominate the world. Yes, we succeeded. Stockman said, his face as excited as Shredder's. Once the energy reaches its peak, the time-space gate can be opened to the maximum, and the war fortress can pass through the time-space gate and come to the Earth. The scene will be extremely spectacular. Stockman laughed. This is a miracle created by me. Galileo, Newton, Einstein. These people's positions in the history of science should not be comparable to what happened here. From now on, I will be the first person in the history of science. Shredder glanced at him and said nothing. Boom. In the sky above their heads, the black clouds became denser and denser, and thunder and lightning continued. Under the horrified eyes of the people, the blue energy gathered into a point and suddenly exploded in all directions. Boom. The airwaves followed the explosion of energy, forming a gust of wind that blew across every corner of New York. The water of the Hudson River stirred up huge waves. The nearby seashore also rolled up huge waves tens of meters high. The cruise ship shook. The tourists on the ship looked terrified. Everyone saw that in the changing clouds above their heads, something had emerged from the vortex of dark clouds. It started. Shredder looked at the changes in the clouds and knew that the parts of the war fortress were arriving on Earth in a fragmented way. Beep beep beep! Exclamation mark. The alarm sounded inside the TCRI experimental building where they were. Someone broke in. The female ninja Kale heard the alarm and checked the surveillance. She found that at the gate, a man with a bow and arrow on his back was rushing into the building. The thugs under the Bigfoot gang were no match for this man. Master Shredder. Kale's face was solemn. We are exposed. Batman may come here, and the four turtles. Don't panic. Shredder looked at the two tubes of purple potion expressionlessly. This is the potion given to me by the alien language. It can give people superpowers. Stockman shook his head. I'm just a researcher. You won't let me fight? Don't we have experimenters? Shredder sneered. He cast his eyes on the two gangsters, who were imprisoned in the same cell with him, and were accidentally brought to the TCRI experimental building by the teleportation device. Bibbo, Ross-Teddy. These two are the Rhino and the Boar Man and the Ninja Turtles. Anton, who observed this scene through the perspective of the steel skeleton, raised the corner of his lips and sighed. Fate is so wonderful. As long as Anton gives a little push, the plot will develop in the direction of his memory. Soon. Hawkeye easily dealt with the enemies on the first floor. Just as he was about to take the elevator to the top floor, he saw two monsters standing up from their bodies, rushing towards him with the force of thunder. Of course, calling them monsters is a bit inaccurate. To be precise, they should be animals. Rhinoceros? Wild boars? He opened his eyes wide and felt like he was in a zoo. The wild boars and rhinoceroses rushed over at a speed beyond the human body's limit. The ground under their feet shook and cracked under their trampling. Immediately afterwards, the two gave Hawkeye the most ferocious collision head-on. Bang! Hawkeye flew out like an unwanted rag doll, knocking a big hole in the wall behind him, and fell on the road with his legs spread out. At this time, more than a dozen black cars drove by. The sound of brakes was heard, and black tire marks of sudden braking were left on the ground. Hawkeye opened his eyes wide. Natasha opened the car door and looked at Hawkeye under her feet. I'll pretend I didn't see it, she said, looking around, and her colleagues who had already gotten off the car looked away. Ahem. Hawkeye knew that he was embarrassed. The enemy is not simple. He uttered a few words from between his teeth. Boom. The rhino and the wild boar broke through the wall that Hawkeye had knocked out a big hole and came to the sidewalk with two streams of white air coming out of their huge nostrils. Well, it's indeed not simple. Natasha was stunned. She never expected that Hawkeye meant not simple in this way. In recent times, New York seems to have become a zoo. But spiders, turtles, lizards, octopuses, and even unknown rats after a detailed investigation by SHIELD. Now 2 other animals have come. Rhinos and wild boars. Why do these people turn into animals together? In this era, mutation is so popular? Natasha's mind quickly flashed with a mess of thoughts, and then she came back to her senses and waved to her colleagues around her. Hurry up, she said in a deep voice. We don't have much time. Understood. TCRI experimental building. Inside. Top floor. Eddie hid in a small corner, watching the development of the situation, and was also amazed by the appearance of Rhino and Boar. However, it was not time for him to take action yet. Eddie, who had a detailed communication with Anton, knew Anton's overall plan. Anton was very sure that SHIELD could not deal with the Bigfoot gang. With the help of the alien language, the Rhino and Boar alone would be enough for SHIELD to have a good time, not to mention turning the pieces into a whole and continuously entering the war fortress on Earth. The reason why Eddie was so calm was because all this was within Anton's expectations. At this time, Cyborg was monitoring the entire New York network and communicating with him in a two-way manner through a Bluetooth headset. I have connected to the central database of the war fortress. When the war fortress completely enters the Earth, we can take control of the war fortress from the alien language. Cyborg told Eddie, don't act rashly. Let SHIELD deal with the Bigfoot gang first. When they are defeated, it will be the best time for us to take action. It's time to let the whole New York, and even the whole world, know about the existence of the Justice League. Don't worry, I'm more reliable than Phil. Eddie patted his chest. It is worth mentioning that Anton did not hide what happened in Brazil from Eddie. Although Eddie disagreed with Cyborg's killing to silence approach, Cyborg's actions were to rescue Phil after all. Don't forget that Phil is Eddie's apprentice. Eddie chose to accept the facts. Anyway, it was Cyborg who killed and silenced the witnesses, not Batman, and it had nothing to do with Anton. Moreover, from the perspective of his own camp, Cyborg did nothing wrong. Of course, in Anton's view, it doesn't matter whether Eddie likes Cyborg or not. As comrades in arms, personality incompatibility is not the key, and it is even irrelevant. As long as they can obey orders and cooperate with each other, it will be fine. Eddie, this is Anton. Suddenly, Anton's voice came from Eddie's Bluetooth headset. Eddie got it. Now, leave the TCRI experimental building immediately. Cyborg has detected that Tony Stark has entered the New York area and is rushing towards where you are. Anton said, Tony's artificial intelligence butler, Jarvis, is connecting to the TCRI network. It may be able to detect your location. You have done enough. Come on the field with us later. Now leave the war to them. Understood. Eddie nodded. The next moment, Venom stretched out a tentacle from behind him, rushed into the half-open window, and jumped down from nearly 200 meters in the air. Swish. During the fall, Eddie had a blank expression on his face, and even enjoyed it a little. At the critical moment, a tentacle shot out like a bullet and hit the rooftop of another building, like Spider-Man's spider silk, pulling Eddie to the rooftop. Very quickly, Eddie disappeared from the area. Swish. A few minutes after Eddie left, a red shadow turned into lightning and arrived near the building from the distant sky. Bigfoot gang members, leader Shredder, female ninja Kale, the founder of teleportation technology, Dr. Baxter Stockman, they are all inside the building. Jarvis' voice rang out in Tony's armor. The SHIELD people are attacking the building, and a rhino and a wild boar are blocking their way. Rhino? Wild boar? Tony was stunned and saw the picture projected by Jarvis on the virtual screen in front of him through the camera, and his mouth twitched. He also had the feeling of New York Zoo in his heart. Boom. Then, in the center of the vortex above his head, the parts of the war fortress that came from the other end of the time and space gate floated around him. Is this an alien? Tony muttered, quite surprised, but also realized the seriousness of the matter. Alien invasion. This is a major event that shocked the world. This was completely different from the horrors caused by supervillains like the Green Goblin, the Lizard Man, and Dr. Octopus. Compared to the alien invasion, this was just a minor incident. Try to connect to the alien network. Tony saw that there seemed to be a network terminal on the parts, squinted his eyes, and ordered Jarvis, decode the information. I want to see what this is. Soon, a series of information appeared in front of him. War Fortress. Tony murmured, his face no longer relaxed, but more solemn. War Machine. The alien super battleship. The commander is called Lang. Ring ring ring. While he was thinking, he received a call request from Black Egg. Tony, how is your situation? After the call was connected, Black Egg asked in a deep voice, SHIELD's attack has been hindered. You must close the time and space gate as soon as possible. I know. Tony replied and ended the call. Under Jarvis monitoring, he knew that most of the parts of the War Fortress had entered the Earth and were about to complete the initial assembly. Time was urgent and there was no time to delay. Whoosh! The airflow behind him sprayed. He turned into a meteor falling from the sky and rushed into the floor below where Shredder was. Boom! Exclamation mark. But at the moment, when Tony was about to enter this floor, a beam of energy fell from the sky and hit him instantly. Damn it. Tony's face changed slightly. The armor on his body lost power and he fell from a floor of nearly 200 meters. The people of S.H.I.E.L.D. below saw him falling straight down, and all of them showed nervousness, fearing that one of their powerful fighters would be defeated. Fortunately, Tony stabilized his body again, and when he was about to make close contact with the ground, he rushed into the sky again. This time, he set his goal on the War Fortress above his head, which was about to be completed. Jarvis told him that all the parts of the War Fortress had crossed the time and space gate and came to the Earth. At this time, turning off the mind transmission device would not work at all. The key lies in the aliens, who control the War Fortress. Langer. Tony muttered, and rushed into the circular War Fortress under the attention of everyone. At the same time, the alien Lange hid inside the robot he made. Seeing Iron Man coming from the outside world, he laughed disdainfully. Boom. An energy shell hit Tony, and blew him out of the War Fortress. How you came in, you can get out the same way. Seeing this, not only the citizens of New York, but also the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. who were paying attention to this scene, were stunned, and then felt powerless and even desperate. Batman. Where is Batman? New York citizens suddenly remembered the man with flying capes and pointed ears. Speaking of which, since the Green Goblin incident, Batman has not officially appeared for a long time. The recent news is all about Cyborg, Iron Man, and Green Arrow. Where is Batman? Will he show up in times of crisis? Happy New Year, everyone. Chapter 133 Batman. He's finally here. Coulson, let Tony take care of the alien spaceship above us. You must enter the building as soon as possible, control the telepathic transmission device, and send the spaceship back to the opposite side of the time and space gate. Nick Fury drove to the scene and found Coulson, his face solemn. I just confirmed with Tony that the sphere above our heads is a terrible weapon. If the alien is allowed to complete it, it will cause the entire Earth to be devastated. That is why he could not continue to wait in the hotel and watch the situation slide into the abyss. Director, the enemy is too difficult. Coulson showed a helpless expression. The agents they sent out had no power to fight back in front of the two mutants. Even Hawkeye and Natasha were no exception. Some of these agents had sunken chests and fell to the ground. Their breath was weak. Some hid behind the car, occasionally poking their heads out to shoot, but they could not cause any harm to the enemy at all. Shit, where did these two guys come from? Black Egg couldn't help but curse in a low voice. It must be admitted that the appearance of Rhino and Borman has greatly hindered the actions of S.H.I.E.L.D. Even Hawkeye, who was the most powerful among them, could not successfully break through the defenses of the two animals, not to mention that he had to guard against the terrifying attacks of his opponents. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bullets came from all directions, hitting the skin of the Rhino and the wild boar, which was as thick as scales, but could not penetrate an inch, and slid off the skin one after another. Ding 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 ding. The next moment, Hawkeye took out the explosive arrows. Boom. The flames accompanied by the shockwave swept the Rhino and the wild boar, but only made the two of them pause and some bloodstains appeared on their bodies. Although it caused damage, it did not affect the combat effectiveness of the two. Damn it. Hawkeye gritted his teeth and realized the difficulty of the opponent. Not only was the defense high, the health bar was thick, the movements were not slow, and the attack and strength were above the standard. He could only rely on archery to fight with the opponent with all his strength, but breaking through the opponent's defense became almost impossible. Boom. Suddenly, the wild boar attracted his attention. The rhino rushed out from the side, stomped over, and knocked him flying again. Natasha wanted to help, but it didn't work. The wild boar overturned the car and pressed all the agents under it. Seeing their painful expressions, he laughed heartily. "Brother, we are invincible." The wild boar laughed loudly. His fist as big as a casserole crushed the car in front of him. Several agents vomited blood, and their bodies suddenly deflated, and they were out of breath. Damn it. Natasha gritted her teeth. Not far away, Carlson and Black Egg looked ugly. A mere New York gangster was not taken seriously by the two at first, but now it has caused such a huge obstacle to SHIELD. It was like a slap in the face, hitting Black Egg hard. "Beauty, you are so beautiful that I can't help but want to ravage you." The wild boar looked at Natasha in front of him, clenched his fist, and unceremoniously destroyed her. He punched Natasha until she vomited blood. Natasha couldn't control her body at all and flew into the air. After she fell to the ground, her body was weak and most of her fighting power was lost. Hawkeye wanted to help, but was stopped by Rhino. Bang! Rhino slapped him, and Hawkeye also flew backwards, crushing the car beside him, and fell among the surviving ordinary SHIELD agents. Just like before, he had no power to fight back. His head was buzzing, and he couldn't stand up for a while. All of you go to hell." Rhino was triumphant, his belly trembling. He showed an ugly grin, and walked towards the SHIELD agents in front of him, who could be beaten with one hand. Not good. Black Salted Egg drew his gun, and prepared to shoot, ready to help Hawkeye stop Rhino's steps. In a flash, an arrow shot like lightning. Whoosh! The arrow killed Rhino. Rhino felt threatened, looked up, and subconsciously raised his hand to block. Boom! Exclamation mark. The arrow that was about to hit him was blocked by his palm, and it exploded like a meteor falling to the ground. The terrifying airflow condensed into substantial air ripples, surging in all directions. This was much more powerful than Hawkeye's explosive arrows. Rhino felt stars in his eyes, a fire in his vision, and suffered a huge impact, and was blown back. When he recovered, a green figure fell from the sky. "You are." Rhino saw the person coming, and recognized his identity. Green Arrow? Although he was arrested and imprisoned, Green Arrow actually appeared before he was arrested. Moreover, as one of the most popular superheroes in recent times, Rhino would recognize him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the manhole cover on the road was knocked off from the inside. The manhole cover flew into the air. 4 green figures rushed out of the sewer. They made handsome poses, turned several times in the air, and landed in front of Rhino and Boarman in battle formation. Ninja Turtles. Boarman saw the newcomers and cast his eyes on Green Arrow. "You guys are really green." Boarman was not afraid at all, but laughed. He was in the mood to tease. "Why don't you dye your hair green, or wear a green hat? I think you will be very suitable." As soon as the voice fell, a white spider silk shot from the top of his head, covering the Boarman's eyes. Bang! Immediately afterwards, a thin figure appeared behind Boarman, kicked Boarman away, and knocked down the wall not far away. Stone chips were stirred. A deep gully was plowed out of the ground. Seeing this, the agents present suddenly felt a little confident. Spider-Man. At present, 3 superheroes have arrived here. But in fact, there are more superheroes arriving at the scene than they imagined. In addition to the 3 of them, Night Stalker quietly sneaked into the TCRI experimental building, went up all the way, killed many ninjas under the Bigfoot gang, and was about to see Shredder and the female ninja Calais. As for Venom, Eddie Brock, this guy was not in a hurry to take action. He was leisurely hanging in the air, taking out a camera, and recording everything on the road in detail. When this battle is over, it will be time for him to play a role. Of course, Venom also has to take time to show his face in front of the camera, otherwise, it would be too transparent. Thinking of Venom ranking last in the superhero ranking event held by the Daily Bugle not long ago, Eddie was indignant. These people who voted don't know the importance of Venom at all. If it weren't for Venom, few people would know the current superheroes. From this perspective, Venom is the most important. Eddie was thinking in a mess, and the situation changed in a reverse way. Before Rhino and Boarman had time to say dirty words, they were ravaged by Green Arrow, Ninja Turtles, and Spider-Man. Although they were tough and strong, they were blinded by their lack of combat experience when they encountered a few opponents who were similar to them or even stronger. The 4 little turtles could completely compete with them. Spider-Man used spider silk to interfere. Green Arrow shot from time to time, and the arrows loaded with various arrows also made Rhino and Boarman miserable. Spider-Man. Green Arrow suddenly said, "You go to the inside of the building to help Night Stalker, and leave this to us." Night Stalker. Spider-Man came back to his senses and nodded. Just as he was about to change the scene, he looked up at the almost formed alien spaceship, or alien warship. "What should we do with that thing? Cyborg is about to take action." Green Arrow glanced at the top of his head and raised his lips. "Besides, isn't Iron Man working hard?" "Okay." Spider-Man didn't ask any more questions. He knew that Batman, who had not yet appeared, must be somewhere observing everything that was happening. Otherwise, Batman would not be alert and would gather them together as soon as the incident happened. It is worth mentioning that this scene actually made Nick Fury feel relieved. He knew that Batman would not sit still and wait for death. After confirming that S.H.I.E.L.D. could not solve this incident, Batman would definitely call on the Justice League to take action. Batman, Spider-Man, Daredevil, Ninja Turtles, Green Arrow, Cyborg, Venom. Black Egg whispered to himself with a serious look. "These should not be all the cards in your hand." Black Egg was quite troubled when he thought of the virtual characters in DC that have not yet appeared in the real world and whether they will appear in the future. Green Arrow and Cyborg were originally virtual characters. Even Batman can be classified as this kind of person. Black Egg has reason to believe behind Batman there is still a mysterious power hidden. At least, these characters that appear in front of him are just Batman's reliance on the surface. In secret, Batman also hides a deeper trump card. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain why Batman knows the secrets of S.H.I.E.L.D. Moreover, even the hidden disease of Hydra, which even the director himself did not know, would be known by Batman. Batman. Black Egg muttered, feeling both relaxed and heavy. The relaxed thing was that after the setback of S.H.I.E.L.D., this incident seemed to have a good turn, and he did not need to use a trump card hidden for many years. The heavy thing was that a mysterious force appeared on the Earth. Batman was the representative of this force. Although, at present, Batman is a superhero who knows whether a person who controls extraordinary power and has a huge influence will be unable to control his ambition one day. Boom! Exclamation mark. While thinking, a deafening explosion sounded above his head. Looking up, Black Egg and Coulson saw that the sky under the dark clouds seemed to be setting off fireworks, and huge flames kept flashing everywhere. Tony Stark's incarnation of Iron Man was constantly approaching the almost completed circular alien warship. Black Egg learned from Tony that it was called the War Fortress, controlled by an alien named Language. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Tony tried his best to get close to the War Fortress, but was blocked by the defense mechanism outside the War Fortress. Countless energy shells blocked Tony's way forward. If he got close to the War Fortress for 50 meters, he would be bombed back by the dense and terrifying shells. At this time, countless pits appeared on the armor Tony was wearing. The state dropped sharply. "Sir, the energy is only 57% left." Jarvis's voice sounded. Tony gritted his teeth. It would be too late if he didn't enter the War Fortress. When the War Fortress is completely built, it will become an extremely terrifying alien warship, and its combat power will be at least twice as much as it is now. Damn it, Tony thought. Although he felt a little powerless, there was no word for giving up in his dictionary. Use all missiles. Tony ordered. Jarvis, blast away for me. Understood. As soon as the voice fell, the armor changed into hidden micro missiles everywhere and killed towards the circular war fortress in front of him. Almost all the citizens in the New York area saw what happened in the sky. Iron Man's continuous retreat made them feel despair. Batman, whom everyone had been hoping to see, never showed up, and even made them wonder if Batman had given up on the city. Before the news came out, they didn't know what happened near the TCRI building. The only place they could see was the battle in the sky above their heads. Because the recently popular superhero, Iron Man, incarnated by Playboy Tony Stark, was fighting for them in the sky. However, Iron Man's retreating actions were also seen by the citizens of New York. Come on, Iron Man. Why hasn't Batman appeared yet? Where are the other superheroes? Why don't they help? People were more anxious than ever. Seeing that Iron Man was unable to rush into the circular spaceship, they wanted to help Iron Man immediately and tear a hole in the spaceship's defense mechanism. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, they saw Iron Man firing micro missiles all over his body. Many people who understood saw that this was probably Iron Man's last fight. Come on, Iron Man, a child shouted from a distance. But at this tense moment, people were no longer in the mood to smile, and all stared at the missiles. What an outdated weapon. Suddenly, people saw a hole in the round spaceship. Then, a platform extended from the hole. A robot stood on the platform. In the middle of the robot's thick waist, there was a pink jellyfish, facing Iron Man with its fangs and claws bared, revealing a bit of disdain in its posture. Jellyfish? Tony narrowed his eyes. Boom. The next moment, all the macro missiles he launched were blocked by the almost impeccable defense of the war fortress. Then, a terrifying energy ray hit Tony. Tony's armor instantly stiffened like a human body. Inside the armor, he found that he could not move and showed an incredible expression. Sir, the armor is frozen by ice. Jarvis reminded, this layer of ice is formed by energy rays. We can't break it in a short time. Good luck. What? Tony opened his eyes wide and fell straight from the sky. Seeing this, people's despair spread from their hearts again, as if they foresaw the destruction of New York and the fall of the earth in the near future. Critical moment. Whoosh. A figure rushed to the scene from the distant sky like a meteor and caught the falling Tony. Cyborg. New York citizens recognized this figure. At the same time, people also saw a black cool car flying in the sky and arriving at the scene at a very fast speed. That's the Batmobile. It's Batman. He's finally here. During the time it was on the shelves, many people actually gave rewards. I haven't thanked them all because there are too many and it's hard to list them one by one. I don't like to open a single chapter, fearing that it will affect everyone's reading, but I have seen the nicknames of all the readers who have given rewards in the background. Thank you. Finally, I would like to send you a blessing again. I wish you all a prosperous new year! Exclamation mark. Chapter 134 Avengers can't compare with peers. Iron Man retreated. At the critical moment, Cyborg appeared and saved Iron Man who fell from the sky. More importantly, Batman followed. Seeing this, everyone felt relieved, as if they had seen a savior, and cheers rang out all over New York. Even the SHIELD people in the TCRI experimental building could vaguely hear the voices of the whole New York. On the one hand, they were surprised at the status of Batman in people's hearts. On the other hand, they were slightly relieved. The superhero team led by Batman is considered an ally of SHIELD. Their arrival at the scene greatly reduced the harm that the alien attack would cause. Now, except for the SHIELD agents, there are almost no casualties. Before that, if the war fortress above can be solved, this alien invasion will have a complete ending. Batman, how will you solve it? Nick Fury did not have absolute trust in Batman. The main reason was that the enemy was too powerful. Tony Stark controlled his armor and fought in the sky for a long time, and it was difficult to even get close to the war fortress. Although Batman is powerful, Black Egg doesn't think that the methods Batman has shown before can successfully solve the war fortress. Not to mention, there is an alien standing on the platform extending from the outside of the war fortress who knows what cards he has. This is also the reason why Black Egg didn't take Batman seriously from the beginning of the incident. Black Egg took out a pager from his arms without leaving a trace. As long as the situation is not right, he will immediately take out the trump card. On the other side, Cyborg, Batman. Tony saw the two people arrive. Although he was relieved, he also felt quite humiliated. Shame. Proud Tony secretly memorized this scene and vowed that such a situation would never happen again. Boom! Exclamation mark. Tony, who was frozen in the transparent ice, saw Cyborg firing energy cannons at him. Kakaka. Before Tony had time to be surprised, the energy shells released by Cyborg shattered the ice outside the armor, allowing him to regain the strength to move. Thank you. Tony nodded to Cyborg. From the Dr. Octopus incident, to the Ironmonger incident, to the current alien invasion, it was not the first or second time that he was saved by Cyborg. So predestined? Are you my destined benefactor? Tony's face was complicated. Thank you, I'll tell you after this is over. Cyborg replied, and his body flew into the air and came to Batman's side. Click. The cockpit of the Batmobile popped open. Batman turned over and stood on the front of the car, shoulder to shoulder with Cyborg. Under the attention of the crowd, the two gradually approached the war fortress. Two more humans who don't know their own strength. Lange, hiding in the robot, made a low voice with a rather disdainful tone, which just reached the ears of Cyborg and Batman. What they didn't find surprising was that Lange could speak English. If you have to explain, it's probably because Lange had already observed the location of the Earth and had a certain understanding of the culture on Earth. The reason why Lange didn't go directly to the Earth was because of the war fortress. Lange had to ensure that, after arriving on Earth, he had the ability to resist, or even crush, all counterattacks of humans. The war fortress was the source of his confidence. Don't overestimate your own abilities. Batman and Cyborg looked at each other and smiled similarly. Below them, Iron Man flew up. At this time, Tony had lost most of his combat power, and the energy of the arc reactor in his body had also dropped to 39%. If he had to say anything, he could only help Cyborg and Batman now. Be careful, this guy's spaceship has a very powerful defense mechanism. If we don't break through its external defense system, we can't get close to the spaceship at all. Tony reminded. Tony, from now on, you just be a bystander and cheer for us like the citizens of New York. Batman turned his head and glanced at Tony. As soon as the words fell, whoosh, Cyborg ignored Tony's reminder, and a strong airflow was ejected from behind, rushing towards the war fortress not far away. Following closely, the Batmobile accelerated, and the airflow at the tail burst out with amazing thrust, carrying Batman straight to the alien, who was operating the humanoid robot on the external platform of the war fortress, Lange, who was like a red jellyfish. Boom. The shockwave spread in all directions, hitting Tony's armor, causing his figure suspended in the sky to sway. You too. Tony was speechless when he saw this. The two men didn't take his kind reminder seriously at all. Humph. He snorted and prepared to stand still and watch the two men's jokes. The defense mechanism outside the war fortress was very sophisticated, and it could be said that he suffered a lot. Although Jarvis connected to the internal network of the war fortress and entered its central database to query some information, he could not break through the defense mechanism of the war fortress. At most, he learned some information about the war fortress and its commander language. It was impossible for Jarvis to take the initiative and control the war fortress. After all, the war fortress came from an alien civilization in the universe. There was still a distance of countless solar systems between the Earth and the universe. Being able to connect Jarvis to the internal network of the war fortress was already a symbol of Tony Stark standing at the top of human wisdom. Although he didn't understand the specific plans of Cyborg and Batman, he didn't think that Cyborg and Batman could successfully break through the external defense mechanism of the war fortress, enter the interior, and face the alien language. The next moment, the cannons set up outside the war fortress were all aimed at Cyborg and Batman. Just like the situation when Tony wanted to force his way into the war fortress before. Tony seemed to have seen the scene where Cyborg and Batman were bombarded by dense energy shells and returned to their original path. All New York citizens, including the people of SHIELD, also subconsciously held their breath and locked their eyes on the scene in the sky above their heads. Whoosh. The energy shells bombarded like lightning. Cyborg raised his hand slightly. These shells instantly deviated in direction, as if these shells were controlled by Cyborg and were arbitrarily thrown to other places by him. Boom. Boom. The shells flew into the distant sky and exploded in the distant sky, smashing the black clouds at a higher position. Cyborg and Batman did not stop. Wherever they passed, there was no obstruction, as if they had anticipated the enemy's attack. They passed through the hail of bullets released by the war fortress, crossed the outer area of the war fortress, and killed into the platform extended inside it, which was where the alien Lang was. Seeing this, Tony opened his eyes wide and couldn't help but curse. Shit. Under the gaze of hundreds of thousands, or even millions of eyes, Cyborg and Batman had just appeared and achieved the goal that Tony Stark had been trying for a long time, but could not achieve. How is this possible? Tony was stunned. He was shown off. Everyone, whether human or ghost, was showing off, and only Iron Man was being beaten. Tony was so angry that his teeth itched. He began to doubt his life, and even thought that Cyborg and Batman had arrived at the scene a long time ago, and they had not appeared yet, just to watch him get beaten. Below, near the TCRI experimental building, when the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. saw this scene, the big stone in their hearts fell. They found that Batman was indeed more reliable than Iron Man. Even Nick Fury had the same feeling. He thought about it, took back the specially modified old-fashioned pager in his hand, and decided to give Batman some trust. What's going on? On the platform extending from the inside of the War Fortress, the red jellyfish, the Commander Lange, who was controlling the humanoid robot, or the humanoid mecha, had some doubts on his ugly face with facial features. He couldn't quite understand how the two humans in front of him broke through the defense line of the War Fortress. Theoretically speaking, the energy shells just now should have blocked every route for these two guys to move forward. How could they pass through the defense line unscathed? At this time, only Anton, who had transformed into Batman and split into a Cyborg clone and a Green Arrow clone, knew this well. Cyborg itself has the ability to crack alien technology. In addition, the brain is a quantum computer. As early as the first time the War Fortress appeared, Cyborg began to try to invade the internal network of the War Fortress, and achieved commendable results. Just because Jarvis can't do it doesn't mean that Cyborg can't do it. Under the control of Cyborg, although he could not completely take control of the War Fortress from the alien Lang, he could make a small change to deviate the route of the energy shells released under the defense mechanism of the War Fortress. In fact, the alien Lang had no idea that a super hacker had sneaked into the War Fortress and was ready to compete with him for control. Even Tony, who had done the same operation but did not get any results, did not understand this. The main reason was that Tony did not believe that anyone could do what he could not do, especially in the aspect he was most proud of. Boom! Exclamation mark. Cyborg and Batman came to the alien Lang and faced him. The ugly red jellyfish bared its teeth and claws at them. I will only warn you once. Lang rushed out from the abdomen of the humanoid mecha, like a brain stripped from the human body, with several tentacles under his body. Get off my spaceship, he said in a low voice. Caca. As soon as he finished speaking, the humanoid mecha controlled by him put his hands together and transformed into a thick and long barrel, aiming at Cyborg and Batman in front of him. Seeing this, Anton thought that in the original plot, Michelangelo described this guy as chewed gum, which was quite appropriate. As far as he knew, Lang seemed to be an original character in the Ninja Turtles animation. This guy was originally a warlord on a certain planet. Later, his body was taken away and only his brain was left. After driving a mobile castle, that is, a war fortress, to the Earth, he joined forces with Shredder, who also made a humanoid mecha for him. In another version of the comic, Lang was set as a member of a certain alien race and the only survivor of this race. His lifelong goal changed from dominating the Earth to transforming the Earth into the appearance of his home planet, so that his people could be reborn on the Earth. In short, no matter which version, Lang is a well-known alien criminal, and his crimes are extremely heinous. While Anton was thinking, the barrel of the humanoid mecha controlled by Lang had gathered a blue energy light ball. Whoosh. External platform. This is where everyone can see. Countless people paid attention to the picture in the sky, and they dared not blink. After all, this is related to the life and death of most people in New York, and even on the Earth. They don't want to miss any changes. At this moment, the citizens of New York are extremely nervous, fearing that Cyborg and Batman will repeat the mistakes of Iron Man and be blown out the same way they entered. TCRI experimental building. Daredevil and Spider-Man rushed into the building. They killed all the remaining members of the Bigfoot gang and began to face Shredder and the female ninja Calais. The latter two were not surprised by the arrival of Daredevil and Spider-Man. Instead, they were ready for battle. Whoosh! The moment Daredevil and Spider-Man appeared, the two flew over at the same time. Daredevil fought with the female ninja Calais. Spider-Man faced Shredder. who was wearing samurai armor, releasing terrifying murderous aura in his exposed eyes, and posing a fighting posture. Shredder, a ninja master. When Spider-Man was training with the Big Rat Splinter, he heard Shredder's name many times from them. "If I can beat you, I will graduate," Spider-Man muttered to himself. He thought of his fellow turtles. Wasn't it because Shredder was arrested that the 4 turtles were recognized by Splinter? It seems that you are going to repeat the tragedy. Shredder. Spider-Man stared at the enemy in front of him, wearing samurai armor. His face under the mask was not afraid at all, but full of expectation. Humph. Shredder didn't plan to say more to him. He couldn't wait to deal with the enemy in front of him, go to the alien spaceship above his head, talk to the alien Lang, and occupy the Earth with language. Bang. The two sides collided. A fierce battle began. The road outside the TCRI experimental building. Rhino and Boarman were played around by Green Arrow and Ninja Turtles. These two guys simply relied on their bodies to crush the SHIELD agents. Once they met people with similar basic conditions, they would be beaten back to their original form. Under the gaze of the remaining people in SHIELD, the Ninja Turtles beat Rhino and Boarman all over their bodies. Green Arrow occasionally launched arrows at the enemy's most vulnerable parts. The Wild Bull lost one of his eyes. This was something Hawkeye had never done in previous battles. At this time, Hawkeye and Natasha had lost most of their combat power. They were helped up by other agents. Seeing what was happening in front of them, they did not feel relaxed, but rather humiliated. Obviously, they were not as skilled as others. Under the current circumstances, this was a fact that the two could not refute at all. As the two most valued agents among the SHIELD agents, they were now beginning to doubt their abilities. Black Salted Egg seemed to be interested in including them in the superhero team that SHIELD was going to form, tentatively named Avengers. Compare the Avengers with the Justice League formed by Batman. Does this mean that the Avengers formed by SHIELD is simply a group of old, weak, sick and disabled? Not only the two of them, but even Iron Man, who had already confirmed to join the Avengers, had the same feeling at the moment. While observing the scenes inside the War Fortress, he listened to Jarvis's report to him. Suddenly he began to question the ability of SHIELD. From this point of view, there are only 3 tentative members in the Avengers. That is, himself, Hawkeye and Black Widow, and the competitor in the same industry, the Justice League formed by Batman, has gathered a group of extraordinary people with different methods, including Spider-Man, Daredevil, Venom, Green Arrow, Cyborg, and Ninja Turtles, led by Batman. What can the Avengers compare with? Just based on stubbornness? Chapter 135 Iron Man Strikes Again. Boom. Just as the SHIELD people and Tony were thinking about the gap between the Justice League and the Avengers, the War Fortress in the sky suddenly exploded. The thunderous sound startled everyone, including those New York citizens who were originally staring at the sky and could only stare at the sky. They stared at the explosion without blinking. At this time, the platform extending from the inside of the War Fortress to the outside was heavily covered by a dazzling fire and thick smoke, blocking people's sight. But as early as a minute ago, many people noticed that the explosion was caused by the bombardment of shells. The humanoid mecha controlled by the aliens burst out terrifying blue energy shells. The steel bones were not to be outdone, and the sonic shells gathered. The two sides came into contact, and in an instant, they destroyed the platform outside the War Fortress and spread all the way to the inside of the War Fortress. Then, Batman turned into a sharp sword and rushed out of the smoke. Kakakaka. Under Batman's control, the Batmobile changed direction, and the front and sides of the vehicle turned into terrifying cannon barrels, aiming at the unclear shadows in the thick smoke, and the flames continued to erupt. Whack, whack, whack. The special shells made the barrels hot, and they rained into the thick smoke, causing another explosion. Damn humans. Lange's angry shouts resounded throughout the sky. Even the citizens of New York heard Lange's standard American English. They didn't know the inside story, so they didn't find it strange. After all, after Batman appeared, their inattention was greatly reduced. These people seemed to be sure that Batman could solve the crisis, turn the tide again, and save the people of New York from the water and fire. As for the people of SHIELD, the leader, Black Egg, was a little surprised. He didn't understand why an alien could speak Earth language. Then he thought again. When the Korean Skrulls came to Earth in the 1990s, they also spoke fluent American English. In this case, it doesn't seem strange that the alien named Lang can speak English. After rushing out of the smoke, Batman appeared in everyone's sight. With the help of the Bat-Claw hook gun, he swung into the war fortress and disappeared from everyone's sight again. However, everyone guessed that Batman must have another purpose: to enter the huge spaceship. Maybe he wanted to take control of the spaceship from the enemy. People were full of thoughts and expectations. Get out. Then, Lang's angry roar rang out. All the weapons and equipment inside the war fortress were changed instantly under his mind control, aiming at Batman. Anton, who had just entered. Boom boom boom. Energy shells attacked. Anton remained calm, lifted the cloak behind him, and threw out the bat boomerang. The boomerang turned around and returned to his hand. The energy shell that attacked him was detonated by the boomerang in the middle of the attack. The huge flames and shock waves exploded, but were blocked by the special bat cape. Crack. Under the impact of the energy shells, the internal space of the war fortress was damaged. In this regard, Lange could only watch and had no room to operate. Because Lange was entangled by Anton's steel bone clone and could not spare his hands to deal with Batman inside the fortress. It is worth mentioning that Anton entered the interior of the war fortress for the lighthouse of the war fortress. The lighthouse is a synonym and can be regarded as the core of the formation of the war fortress. Everything in the war fortress is built around the lighthouse. As long as the lighthouse can be mastered, the steel bone can completely take over the war fortress, turn this alien spaceship into its own use, and make it the base of the Justice League. This is Anton's ultimate goal. He raised his head slightly and saw a small ball floating in the air about 100 meters away. There is no doubt that it is a lighthouse, but Lange has listed him as an attack target, and all the weapons and equipment inside the war fortress are aimed at him. Even taking a step forward was extremely difficult, like standing on a steel wire connecting two buildings, walking in the clouds. If there was a mistake, he would be crushed to pieces. The game has just begun. Anton whispered, quickened his pace, and let the artillery fire pass by his side, just like a fish swimming in the water, constantly shortening the distance between himself and the lighthouse. At this time, on the outer platform of the war fortress, the smoke dissipated. The steel skeleton was suspended in the air, confronting the humanoid mecha controlled by language. Lang gritted his teeth. Through the monitoring inside the robot, he understood the purpose of Batman entering the war fortress and felt unprecedented anger. However, he was entangled by the steel skeleton and could not go back to the inside to deal with Batman with all his strength. Damn human. Lang was not unfamiliar with the two enemies in front of him. At least, he had heard of their names as he knew something about the Earth. Superhero. Lang sneered. Heroes are often dead. Superheroes are just people who die faster. He has been observing the Earth for quite some time. In addition to the Bigfoot gang who first obtained the fragments of the teleportation device he dropped, he also collected the names of superheroes on Earth who posed a slight threat to him. Batman and Cyborg were two of them. The rest included Iron Man, who was blocked outside by his war fortress, Spider-Man and Ninja Turtles who the Bigfoot gang was dealing with, etc. Of course, in general, these people were not taken seriously by language. As an alien criminal, Lang, who controlled the war fortress and such terrifying technological weapons, had killed even more powerful opponents, not to mention a creature on Earth that was located in a remote corner of the universe and could be called a remote country. Cyborg, I will kill you first, and then slowly deal with Batman. The humanoid mecha clenched his fist. Lang spoke word by word. This is a new game. Be careful, Earthlings. His words were full of anger. Obviously, he who traveled across the universe regarded Earthlings as ants. But the situation now is that the ants want to turn over and become the masters and have broken through his first line of defense. This made Lange furious. I was just about to say that. Cyborg said calmly. Boom! Exclamation mark. As soon as the words fell, another round of energy shells blasted against each other. Under the crazy sweep of the flames and shock waves, like fireworks in the sky, a blue energy ray containing the power of ice directly froze the flames and passed by at an incredible speed, killing Cyborg. Cyborg raised his hand slightly, and the sonic shield blocked the energy ray. Whoosh. The next moment, he shot out a stream of air from his back, rushing towards Lange like lightning, ready to fight him at close range. Cyborg's clone, that is, Anton, knew it very well. In terms of pure technological content, the war fortress mastered by Lange and the humanoid mecha he controlled were not inferior to the alien technology of the Apocalypse Mother Box. In short, it was difficult to tell the winner. The key was that Lange had a fatal flaw. This guy did not have any combat ability at all, and the only thing he could rely on was the humanoid mecha in the war fortress. As long as Lange's mecha can be destroyed, and then Anton's body incarnation of Batman can be used inside the war fortress to contain Lange's control of the war fortress, Lange will have no room to play and can only be slaughtered. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the humanoid mecha and the steel skeleton collided head-on. At this moment, Iron Man, that is, Tony Stark, who was outside the war fortress, pondered for a moment. He saw that the alien was restrained by the steel skeleton, and felt that he could not miss this opportunity, and must seize it. Even if he could not appear as a major character, he could help the steel skeleton or Batman a little. He must show his face. Just now, they could not attack the war fortress for a long time, but when the steel skeleton and Batman came, they went straight into the war fortress without any obstacles in the middle. This caused a big blow to Tony. In particular, the citizens of New York, as long as they looked up at the sky, saw this scene. Tony beat his chest and stamped his feet, regretting it very much. He believed that it was necessary to reverse his heroic image in the hearts of New York citizens. These people must know that Tony Stark is still the inventive genius who combines talent and beauty. The thought fell. Even if there was only a small amount of energy left in his armor, he still burst out at a speed faster than the speed of sound, and rushed towards the war fortress like lightning. Boom. The shock wave behind him spread in all directions. Iron Man has taken action again. He wants to help Cyborg and Batman. People cast their expectant eyes. Then, click, 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 click. Although Lange had no spare energy to control the war fortress in the face of Cyborg's crazy attack, the external defense mechanism of the war fortress was designed earlier and could work perfectly without Lange's control. One after another, the thick and long barrels changed direction as before, aiming at the red figure coming to kill. Tony narrowed his eyes and was slightly nervous. "Sir, a route has been planned for you." Jarvis used the superb computing power of artificial intelligence to analyze a route through the designed trajectory of the barrels, which might allow Tony to pass through the external defense mechanism of the war fortress. "Well done, Jarvis." Tony's nervousness disappeared when he heard Jarvis' words, and he suddenly became confident. After praising him, the airflow from his feet and palms increased the output. Whoosh! Tony's speed increased. Boom! Exclamation mark. At this moment, the energy shells came and completely blocked Tony's route. Damn it. Tony was shocked. "Jarvis, your route is wrong." "Sorry, sir." Jarvis began to tell a cold joke. "I hope I have a chance to replan the route for you." Boom! Exclamation mark. Before Tony could reply, he hit the shell head on. The huge fire shockwave made him lose weight immediately, and the whole person fell from midair. Iron Man completely disappeared in front of people. Seeing this, people were silent and only wished Iron Man good luck in their hearts. Armor damage rate 78%. Weapon system all failed. Thruster failed. Lost flight capability. Jarvis finished speaking. Paused. "Sir, I wish you good luck." "Damn it." Tony gritted his teeth. "Jarvis, if I can survive, you'd better pray that your core algorithm is not replaced." He continued to fall, getting closer and closer to the TCRI experimental building. Although wearing armor, at the current height, falling straight down like this is definitely not a trivial matter. Even if he doesn't die, he will lose half his life. Tony closed his eyes. Suddenly, he felt that he fell into a big net and was caught by someone. He opened his eyes and saw a pair of big eyes staring at him. On the face in front of him, there was a bloody mouth and a pair of sharp fangs. Saliva dripped. It fell on the mask of his armor. Tony was startled at first, and then he was relieved. He was not unfamiliar with this person. Although the other party looked a little ugly, the person corresponding to this image was enough to make people remember deeply in their hearts. Venom. Tony let out a long sigh. Eddie Brock, I owe you a life. Earlier, when investigating whether Anton was Batman, the first fact he found out, and could not ignore, was actually Eddie's existence and the true identity of Venom. Anton's real body, that is, Batman, who was fighting in the War Fortress, and the cyborg clone who was fighting against the humanoid mecha controlled by Lang outside, did not know what happened to Tony. They are now highly focused, and intend to solve the current dilemma with a thunderous force. In fact, to be precise, it is not a dilemma. It's like fighting monsters in a game. If they want to pass the level, they must go all out. At present, Anton is more than 50 meters away from the lighthouse. His face under the helmet is very calm. He walks leisurely inside the War Fortress. The shells and energy rays flying around are successfully avoided by his clever body movements. Thanks to the nail that Cyborg had inserted in the network inside the War Fortress before. This made Anton's pressure much less. However, the control of the War Fortress always belongs to Commander Language. To stop this series of attacks on himself directly, he must wait until he gets the lighthouse and completely takes away Lang's control. On the other side, the battle between Steelbone and Lang has entered a white-hot stage. The close-range collision between the two is not only a confrontation of skills and fighting ability, but also the energy weapons on their bodies. Some of the weapons on Steelbone are made on Earth, and the other part is from alien technology. And Lang's humanoid mecha brings together high-end alien technology. The weapons equipped by both sides are very powerful. The two even reached a consensus that they must not confront head-on. Therefore, the two of them fought and dodged. Fancy and colorful shells exploded in the air behind them from time to time, like fireworks. The citizens of New York were a little fascinated. Time passed bit by bit, and the completion rate of the War Fortress reached an astonishing 91%, and it was almost assembled. Once the War Fortress is truly assembled, the Earth will face a disaster. Seeing that the battle above was still going on and Spider-Man had been inside the TCRI building for quite some time, but there was no movement. Black Egg became nervous again, and wanted to take out his pager. Boom. Suddenly, the battle on the road ended. Rhino and Boarman were defeated by Green Arrow and Ninja Turtles. The two sides looked at each other and rushed into the TCRI building without stopping, ready to take control of the teleportation device from Bigfoot's helpers and help Batman and Cyborg in the sky above to resolve the crisis. Seeing this, the remaining agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. rushed into the TCRI building without waiting for Black Egg's orders. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136. Nick, you won't make things difficult for me, right? Green Arrow took the lead. He pressed the elevator button and followed him into the elevator. After all, it was dozens of floors high. Running up would not only waste energy, but also take several minutes. In the small space of the elevator, 4 sturdy turtles rushed in one after another, followed by Nick Fury and Coulson. Even the seriously injured Hawkeye squeezed in. Seeing this, Natasha looked at the elevator next to her and decided to wait with the agents next to her. Swish. The elevator rose quickly. In the small space, an awkward atmosphere filled the air. Several people looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Black Egg had a dark face, and no one knew what he was thinking. Ding. Finally, as if a long time had passed, the elevator arrived at the top floor. The elevator door opened. Hawkeye's reaction was slow due to his injury. Before he could take a step, he was kicked out of the elevator by someone behind him, who he didn't know. Shit. He cursed loudly, and several strong winds swept past him. The leader was none other than Green Arrow. Green Arrow was followed by 4 Ninja Turtles holding weapons, and moving with great force. Coulson stepped forward to hold him. Nick Fury was beside them, looking around. He ignored the remnants of the Bigfoot gang that were rushing up around him, and fixed his eyes on the teleportation device in the center, which had already gathered countless energies, and was thinking. At this time, it was useless to turn off the teleportation device. What should be done now is to continue to supply the energy required by the teleportation device, and then send the War Fortress back to the universe. The War Fortress is a terrifying weapon that should not exist on Earth. Nick Fury did not think about controlling the War Fortress, but he knew that such a terrifying weapon as the War Fortress should not be controlled by any Earthling. It would probably be a disaster comparable to an alien invasion, or even worse. Swish. Suddenly, a sharp sound of breaking through the air attracted his attention. Green Arrow took the lead and used arrows to force back the female ninja Calais, who was covered in wounds, but still had no intention of retreating. Then, another arrow landed at the feet of the trembling Dr. Stockman. Stockman, if I see you moving again, the arrow I shoot next will not be at your feet, but in your heart. The Green Arrow spoke calmly, but with unprecedented murderous intent. He first warned Stockman, and then saw Daredevil taking advantage of the victory to knock out the female ninja Calais. Finally, the two of them turned their eyes to Shredder in samurai armor. Spider-Man was fighting Shredder. Of course, Shredder was at a disadvantage, but he was not completely powerless to fight back. The countless sharp knives inserted in his arms were controlled by the magnetic system, and they could be swung out like raindrops all over the sky. After cutting off the control of Spider-Man's silk, they returned to the original position of his arms. Wait, I can kill him. Spider-Man saw that Green Arrow and Daredevil were planning to help, and was afraid that his colleagues would steal the monster, as this was his graduation project. He immediately shouted, righteously, you go and get the teleportation device. I'll take care of Shredder. When he said this, he ignored the four little turtles who were already eager to try. Little brother, we'll help you. You're still too young. Let the brothers teach you how to beat Shredder to pass the level. Want to graduate? You're still too early. The turtles laughed, marched in unison, and instantly joined Spider-Man in the same line to suppress Shredder. Shit. Spider-Man saw the four turtles besieging Shredder, and wanted to cry, but had no tears. Shredder was furious. These people simply treated him as fish on the chopping board, to be slaughtered at will. On the other side, Anton's Green Arrow clone retracted his gaze. In fact, the situation has basically secured victory at this point, and there is no possibility of Shredder's reversal. Their main concern is not in front of them, but in the sky above their heads, inside and outside the War Fortress, where the Batman has obtained the lighthouse, and where the cyborg has restrained language. Now it seems that the Green Arrow clone can be sure that the two have done a good job through his own perspective. Everything is under control. While thinking, he cast his eyes on Stockman. Stockman showed an awkward and humble smile. He said with a flattering face, what do you want? I will do it. Knowing that he couldn't escape, Stockman consciously took on the role of a captive, and had no intention of resisting, ready to wait for his fate. Before that, isn't it natural to do something to mitigate the crime? Inside the War Fortress, Anton received a report from the Green Arrow, and knew that the battle for the mind transmission device inside the TCRI experimental building below was coming to an end. Next, he and the cyborg clone only had to wait for him to solve the problem, and send the War Fortress back to the universe. Whoosh! Anton transformed into Batman, and his steps did not stop, and even accelerated. Outside, Lang noticed the changes inside, gnashing his teeth, and hated the cyborg who was holding him in front of him. Boom. He increased the energy output of his weapon. Countless energy shells were overwhelming and killing Cyborg. Cyborg was very calm. He expanded his sound wave barrier to detonate the energy bomb on the one hand, and on the other hand, to protect New York, so that the aftermath of the energy bomb would not affect the New York citizens watching the battle. To some extent, these citizens are all precious leaks. In the eyes of Anton and Cyborg's clones, the number of fans about Batman and Cyborg is soaring at an incredible speed. It's time to say goodbye. Cyborg stared at Lange in front of him, and collided with the humanoid mecha under the gaze of countless eyes. Everything that happened next made everyone who witnessed this scene open their mouths wide, but they couldn't speak, and fell into great shock. Cyborg tore off the arm of the humanoid mecha. At the same time, his chest was also pierced by the close-range energy shells of the humanoid mecha. Cyborg, come on. Everyone clenched their fists, and gave Cyborg spiritual support. Some people are too fragile to continue watching, but turn a blind eye, wanting to watch but afraid. But these people don't know that the wound that pierced his chest may seem serious, but it does not have much impact on Cyborg's actions and combat power. Cyborg's original body, Victor Stone, was on the verge of death before he was transformed into a half-human half-machine cyborg. Cyborg's main body is all mechanical, and even his brain has been transformed into a quantum computer. The damage to his body can be perfectly reborn by replacing parts. Besides, with the almost endless energy supplied by the Apocalypse Mother Box, his action energy and energy are rarely matched in the entire universe, and are unique on Earth. Of course, the Infinity Stones cannot be compared with the Apocalypse Mother Box. Both sides have their own strengths, and are not comparable. But in the Marvel world, it must be admitted that the Infinity Stones are the foundation, or the cornerstone, of the Marvel world. In this way, the Apocalypse Mother Box is just a high-end auxiliary equipment, similar in nature to Thor's Stormbreaker. Let's get back to the point. Cyborg looked seriously injured, confusing Lange. "Human, I will tear you apart." Lange laughed, feeling that victory was in sight, and controlled the only remaining hand of the humanoid mecha to grab Cyborg fiercely. But he didn't expect that the wound on Cyborg's chest had healed for the most part. The memory metal mechanical body covered his chest again. Cyborg's body stiffened and returned to normal in an instant. Lange's humanoid mecha directly met the sonic shells transformed by Cyborg. Boom! Exclamation mark. The shells, accompanied by shockwaves, hit Lange hard. Lange and his humanoid mecha flew directly to a higher sky, and then fell heavily onto the platform inside the war fortress. Seeing this, Cyborg took off, and chased after him. The situation was reversed in an instant. All the New York citizens who were staring at this scene were all dumbfounded and shocked. They didn't have time to feel the pain, before they were greeted with a huge surprise. Cyborg won. We won. People cheered wildly. By the window of the TCRI experimental building, Black Egg, Night Demon, Natasha and others all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. The Green Arrow clone didn't take it seriously, and his face remained calm. He and Cyborg were both clones of Anton, and they were in tune with each other. They had expected this, and didn't find it strange. In the eyes of Black Egg and others, this was absolute trust in their companions. They were a little surprised. The most mysterious people in the Justice League are Batman, Cyborg and Green Arrow. There seems to be a tacit understanding between the three that no one else can interfere with. At this time, on the rooftop outside the building, Tony Stark collapsed on the rooftop and took off his helmet. Next to him was Eddie Brock, who was transformed into Venom. Eddie heard his name from Tony and knew that the other party had already grasped Venom's true identity, so he was not surprised. As the head of Stark Industries, Tony Stark is a big man standing at the top of the pyramid. Once a multinational arms giant, Stark Industries even had the ability to control the life and death of a small country. For such a person, Venom's true identity is not a secret. After all, people from Oscorp were involved in the Life Foundation incident. At that time, the news had already spread to a small extent. Cyborg. Tony stared at the picture above his head, squinted his eyes, and looked at Eddie beside him. "Are you also a member of the Justice League?" "Of course." Eddie nodded, proudly. "I'm the first person invited by Batman." Batman. Tony suddenly realized. The Cyborg who was almost about to blow up Lang was not the main figure of the Justice League at all. As we all know, the core of the Justice League is Batman. At this time, Batman was still inside the war fortress, trying to do something. "It's not over yet." Tony sighed. But for some reason, he didn't feel very nervous. It seemed that, even if this alien invasion time had not ended, it had already come to an end and would end. This was indeed the case. This alien invasion incident had indeed come to an end. Anton arrived at the lighthouse. He stared at the small round ball in front of him that could be held in one hand, with a deep look in his eyes. Boom. Suddenly, there was a vibration behind him. It was Lange, who was blown away by the steel skeleton, who fell from the sky and landed on the platform inside the war fortress. "Human. Stop." Lange roared angrily. Anton turned a deaf ear to him. On the other side, the steel skeleton entered the interior at the moment Lange spoke, and blocked Lange in front of him, blocking Lange's angry gaze at Batman. "Lange, the game is over. You lose." After the steel skeleton finished speaking, Anton, who was transformed into Batman, took off the small ball and inserted a USB-shaped thing into the port inside the ball. Swish. The steel skeleton's brain was working rapidly, and a series of data streams appeared in front of him. Opposite him, Lange seemed to have a premonition of something and roared unwillingly. However, Lange gave the final and irrevocable order to the war fortress before losing control. That was to start the escape program inside the war fortress. Wait. Lange was sent into the escape pod, gritting his teeth. Damn human. I will come back again. Come back? Anton let go, leaving the lighthouse suspended in the air. He turned and looked at Lange, seemingly calm, but the murderous aura in his words made Lange feel a fear he had not felt for a long time. Do you think you can still survive? The moment the escape pod entered the ejection track inside the war fortress, Anton activated the cable launcher on the armor. Immediately afterwards, the escape pod was about to be ejected. Anton came to the outside of the escape pod and looked at Lange through the glass. Damn it. Lange seemed to have a premonition of something. The next second, the escape pod was launched into the air, but its energy system was destroyed. While rushing directly into the clouds and intending to escape to the other side of the universe, the escape pod exploded. Lange turned into ashes and died without a complete body, and he was unable to leave any last words. Anton, who was transformed into Batman, was taken away from the war fortress by the escape pod, came to the clouds, and fell from the air. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he landed safely on his Batmobile. Then, the Batmobile landed on the rooftop of a building, and Batman got out of the car and stood beside Eddie and Tony. It's over. Tony was in a trance when he saw this. This major event dealt him a heavy blow, but it also made him deeply aware that his wisdom also had its limitations. At least, the alien technology that appeared in front of him was not a technology that he could crack in a short time. Otherwise, he would have cracked the defense mechanism of the war fortress long ago, and he would not have lost face like this. Whoosh. Immediately afterwards, Cyborg flew out of the war fortress. The lighthouse was sent to the time and space gate by him, to the opposite universe. At this time, the war fortress disintegrated again, breaking into pieces, following the location of the lighthouse, going back and forth from where they came from, and all rushed into the time and space gate in the dark clouds, and disappeared on the earth. A moment later, the dark clouds dissipated, and there was no cloud in the sky. The sun shone everywhere in New York, and the citizens breathed a sigh of relief, as if welcoming Christmas, and countless people shouted in unison, Cyborg, Batman. At the same time, inside the TCRI experimental building, Shredder and others have been arrested. The incident is over, and it seems that it is time to divide the spoils. Green Arrow stood next to the teleportation device, looking at Black Egg and others with solemn faces, eyeing the teleportation device. Batman said that this thing cannot be given to you. Green Arrow's tone was firm and unquestionable. After speaking, he looked at Black Egg in front of him and said in a deep voice, Nick, you won't make things difficult for me, right? Chapter 137 Confrontation. Nick, you won't make it difficult for me, will you? The Green Arrow spoke in a low voice, standing next to the teleportation device. His eyes seemed to turn into sharp arrows, and the sharp arrowheads kept sweeping across the faces of the people in S.H.I.E.L.D. The faces of the people in S.H.I.E.L.D. changed slightly. Even Spider-Man, Ninja Turtles, and even Daredevil could instantly feel the secret game between Batman and S.H.I.E.L.D. Originally, the atmosphere in the building became much more relaxed after the remnants of the Bigfoot gang were dealt with. However, as soon as the Green Arrow said this, the air immediately became heavy, and the tense atmosphere reappeared, no less than the previous battle. Seeing this, some people felt short of breath, thinking that their opponent might have to go from the remnants of the Bigfoot gang to the Justice League led by Batman. This person was so frightened that he couldn't calm down for a long time. But Black Seg was very calm. He stared at Green Arrow and said slowly, the teleportation device cannot be handed over to you. Green Arrow, you know what I'm going to say. You want to say that S.H.I.E.L.D. is safer than the Justice League. Green Arrow sneered. Nick, you must have had a lot of headaches these days, right? With your paranoia, don't you realize the problem? Black Egg's face became darker. Even so, the teleportation device cannot be handed over to you to control. Black Egg said bluntly. He said in a deep voice, this thing is very dangerous. I can't trust you. It's not up to you to trust or not. Green Arrow sneered. Now, after this battle, there are few people in New York, even in the United States, or the world who don't believe in Batman. Who do you think you are? Who do I think I am? When I was saving the world, you were still playing in the mud in your crotchless pants. Hearing this, Black Egg was furious. But when he was about to explode, he suppressed his anger and didn't show it. The verbal confrontation between the two sides made the atmosphere inside the entire building even more tense. Sparks seemed to flash around under the collision of the two people's language. The battle was about to break out. Director. The situation was stalemate. Hawkeye couldn't help but stand up, looking at Nick Fury beside him. The meaning was very clear. Even if he couldn't take the teleportation device away today, he couldn't just give in. Want to fight? Anton's Green Arrow clone, seeing Hawkeye's defeated opponent, couldn't wait to stand up, immediately understood the other party's thoughts, and showed a half smile. The Green Arrow clone's attitude towards S.H.I.E.L.D. was not friendly. This was done deliberately by Anton, to distinguish the views of Batman, Cyborg and Green Arrow on S.H.I.E.L.D. You know, although the Justice League is headed by Batman, it is impossible for them not to have other thoughts, and they always have to show some insignificant differences within the group. Among them, the most mysterious Batman, Cyborg and Green Arrow have become the objects that S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot dig deep. In addition, the Green Arrow clone's deliberate unfriendly attitude towards S.H.I.E.L.D. is also a warning to S.H.I.E.L.D. on behalf of the Justice League. Lest Nick Fury take the Justice League as an imaginary enemy every day. It is necessary to let Nick Fury understand that, even if S.H.I.E.L.D. formed the Avengers, it would not be able to stand at the same starting line as the Justice League, let alone the finish line. Being a competitor is fine. Imaginary enemy? That's just overthinking. S.H.I.E.L.D., or the current Avengers, except for Tony Stark as Iron Man who can give a little help, the others are small shrimps, and not worth mentioning. Humph. Hawkeye stood up and got Nick Fury's tacit approval and understood. He took out the bow and arrow behind him and aimed at Green Arrow. Whoosh. The arrow shot out. It collided with the arrow shot by Green Arrow. Tit for tat. Duh. Duh. The two arrows deflected and inserted into the walls on both sides. The two tacitly did not use special arrows, but used ordinary arrows. Relatively speaking, this is more like a competition than a life and death battle. After all, the relationship between the Justice League and S.H.I.E.L.D. is delicate at present. Even if they can't be friends, they should try not to become enemies. This is the consensus that Batman and Black Egg can reach without communication. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One arrow after another flew out of the bowstring. The people around tacitly hid in the corner as spectators. They did not rashly help. The battle between Green Arrow and Hawkeye, to some extent, represents the power struggle between the two sides. Whoever wins will have the right to speak. The mind transmission device will also belong to him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hawkeye broke out in a cold sweat. In front of him, the arrows shot by Green Arrow kept attacking him. Green Arrow's offensive was as surging as the tide, one wave higher than the other, making him feel tremendous pressure. Just like the scene when he first met Green Arrow that night and was defeated. Defeated. This word kept appearing in Hawkeye's mind. Damn it. Hawkeye gritted his teeth, knowing that if he continued like this, he would probably repeat the failure of that night, so he simply fought hard. So he rushed to Green Arrow. The arrow shot by Green Arrow cut through the air. He did not dodge or avoid it. In a split second, Hawkeye twisted his waist and avoided the arrow with a strange angle and agility. Barton. Seeing this, everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. exclaimed with shocked expressions. They didn't expect that Hawkeye would treat this competition as a life and death battle. The confrontation between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Justice League was fully demonstrated in the battle between the two. Even Spider-Man and others couldn't help but cheer for Hawkeye's skills. The turtles have thick skin and flesh, and it is difficult to break their shells, even if they are shot by ordinary arrows. But they also understand that Hawkeye's skills are by no means weaker than his. And Spider-Man's eyes are hot. His own conditions are many times stronger than Hawkeye's. However, Hawkeye's combat skills and combat experience are many times better than his own. With such a terrifying ability bursting out from an ordinary body, the man in front of him has surpassed 99% of the world's human beings and become a very small 1%. Of course, the same is true for Green Arrow. Although he has not had much contact with Green Arrow, Spider-Man does not know what Green Arrow's ability is. However, seeing Hawkeye and Green Arrow fighting one-on-one, and the former attaching so much importance to the latter, he probably understands that Green Arrow is also a powerful warrior and archer standing at the top of mankind. As a member of the Justice League, Spider-Man does not think that Green Arrow will lose to Hawkeye. The same trick, you lost to me last time, and this time will be no exception. Green Arrow saw Hawkeye coming, expressionless. Although the physique of both sides is not much different, this time, facing Hawkeye's attack, Green Arrow's clone has many more ways to deal with it. For example, the cyborg clone, whose perspective can be shared, analyzed all the angles of Hawkeye's attack through Green Arrow's perspective, and locked the opponent's flaws. According to his calculation, at the moment Hawkeye moved, there were as many as dozens of flaws. Green Arrow shared Cyborg's perspective. In the field of vision, the flaws around Hawkeye were marked with red dots, as if they had been processed by special effects, and connected with silk threads. Green Arrow killed along the silk thread, with a fierce attack and strong wind. Hawkeye's pupils shrank, and he found that the opponent's angle was tricky, and he could hardly dodge, and could not find any chance to resist. Bang! Exclamation mark. The next moment, Hawkeye was hit in the cheek by a bow and arrow, and half of his face swelled up like a bread. Immediately afterwards, Green Arrow kicked out. Hawkeye groaned, and felt a huge force surging into his body, causing him to fly backwards involuntarily. Boom! Exclamation mark. He almost broke through the wall behind him, leaning against the concave wall, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, staring at Green Arrow in front of him with an ugly face, unable to move. Hawkeye knew that if he moved, he would fall immediately. No doubt. He was defeated by Green Arrow again. The shame and anger in his heart could not be described in words, and he wished he could find a crack in the wall to drill in. Seeing this scene, the whole building fell into silence. Not only the people of S.H.I.E.L.D., but also several superheroes of the Justice League. Everyone looked at each other, and no one took the initiative to speak. About a few minutes passed. Just when everyone looked at each other, and no one spoke. Crash. Suddenly, the sound of glass breaking, like a pair of sharp claws, tore the tranquility of the building. Two figures, one tall and one short, arrived inside the building. The tall figure was all black, with a pair of big eyes filled with whites, and sharp fangs in his bloody mouth, which made people feel scared. There is no need to introduce the slightly short red figure too much. Everyone knows it when the name is mentioned. Everyone is familiar with it. The two are Venom and Iron Man. Venom nodded to Green Arrow, Spider-Man and others, and stood beside Green Arrow without hesitation. Iron Man, Tony Stark, stood opposite him, shoulder to shoulder with Black Seg. Although the two came to the scene at the same time, they were instantly divided into factions. Batman is coming. Venom looked at the S.H.I.E.L.D. people in front of him, grinning, and his voice was low and resounding in everyone's ears. The sharp and dangerous fangs seemed to flash with cold light, and the atmosphere of terror was quietly spreading. Symbiotes are not interested in human morality. At this time, the dangerous aura emitted by Venom was enough to make everyone in the audience feel extremely uncomfortable. Only the people in the Justice League felt a little relieved, because this malice was not directed at them. The faces of the people in S.H.I.E.L.D. were heavy. On the one hand, it was because of the murderous aura emitted by Venom, and on the other hand, it was because of what Venom said. Batman is coming. Where is he? Whoosh. As soon as the thought flashed through their minds, a shadow appeared in front of everyone. Batman is here. Nick, I'm here. You can't take the teleportation device away. Anton transformed into Batman, stood next to Green Arrow, and said lightly, since you have tried it, I will warn you for the last time. If you want to use force, consider the consequences. Boom. As soon as the voice fell, a figure fell from the sky above and smashed the ceiling of the floor where everyone was. Swish. The figure was suspended above the floor, and the tall body caught the eye. It was a member of the Justice League. The superhero who just defeated the alien language. Cyborg. Seeing this, Black Egg sighed secretly, knowing that S.H.I.E.L.D. had completely lost its chance. If Batman was not present, S.H.I.E.L.D. could still compete with Green Arrow and others for the ownership of the mind transmission device. but as long as Batman appeared, Cyborg and Venom would inevitably come with him. In this way, S.H.I.E.L.D. would have to face more than just Daredevil, Spider-Man, Ninja Turtles and Green Arrow. Under the huge pressure brought by Batman and Cyborg, S.H.I.E.L.D. had no choice at all. It could only let the Justice League headed by Batman take away the mind transmission device under the nose of S.H.I.E.L.D. Let's go. Black Egg pondered for a long time, his face changed, and finally snorted, turning around and ordering his agents. He said, "Go back to headquarters." "Got it." The agents breathed a sigh of relief. Coulson saw Hawkeye's predicament and stepped forward to support Hawkeye. Natasha regained some mobility and came to Hawkeye's side, sighing, "Barton, I think you can try another way to compete with Green Arrow next time." "What do you mean?" "For example, go to the shooting range to see who shoots more accurately so that you can at least get a draw." Soon, the S.H.I.E.L.D. team forced the remnants of the Bigfoot gang out of the TCRI laboratory building. However, they did not all leave. Coulson stayed at the scene to deal with the follow-up situation. Black Egg and others were divided into two teams. One team dealt with the remnants of the Bigfoot gang, was responsible for interrogating intelligence and putting these criminals in prison. The other team, that is, Black Egg and other senior executives, returned to their base in New York. Anton and others watched the S.H.I.E.L.D. team leave. "It's over." Spider-Man breathed a sigh of relief. The atmosphere inside the building just now really made him feel very nervous. After all, the S.H.I.E.L.D. team is not a bad guy. But obviously, the other party seems to have a competitive or antagonistic relationship with the Justice League he is in. This makes him feel a little at a loss. Daredevil and the Ninja Turtles are very calm. Daredevil has no interest in S.H.I.E.L.D. He only roughly understands that the other party is a confidential department. Daredevil generally has no interest in such a department. The Ninja Turtles only recognize Batman from beginning to end. In their world, except for the Big Rat Splinter, even their current direct boss, George Stacy, is not as effective as Batman. Only Venom, Eddie Brock, doesn't take this matter to heart at all. This guy almost knows Anton's overall plan and is even more looking forward to what will happen next after the Justice League masters the teleportation device. In fact, in his heart, Eddie doesn't like S.H.I.E.L.D. During the Life Foundation period, S.H.I.E.L.D. definitely had evidence of the Life Foundation's killing of lives early, but for some reason, it never stood up and spoke. This gave Eddie a clearer understanding of these confidential departments. They may be in the lawful justice camp, but these people are even more cold-blooded and ruthless than some villains. Everyone, although I know you may not care, I still think it is necessary for me to explain why the teleportation device cannot be handed over to S.H.I.E.L.D. Anton turned around, looked at the people around him, and nodded to Cyborg. Chapter 138 War Fortress, Justice League Base. The Cyborg clone naturally understood Batman's idea. "We are all Anton, and we have memory sharing. I know what you are thinking without you nodding." When everyone was confused, Cyborg waved his hand, and an energy shield appeared out of thin air, covering them. Swish. Suddenly, a huge suction force came from above, and everyone felt their bodies lighten. "What is this?" Spider-Man and others looked at the circular hole above their heads, and an amazing idea emerged in their minds, as if they were back to the critical moment just now. The door of time and space. Swish. The next moment, the people inside the building disappeared instantly, including the complete mind transmission device, all disappeared in the building. At the same time, the universe, an unknown galaxy, Batman and others appeared inside a circular spaceship. "What is this place?" Spider-Man, Ninja Turtles and others looked at the surrounding environment, swallowed their saliva, and the shock on their faces could not be described in words. "This is the War Fortress." Anton spoke, his eyes swept over the people in front of him. Spider-Man, Venom, Daredevil, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. These guys are currently the main force of the Justice League, except for Anton himself. Of course, one more person should be counted among the official members. That is Phil Urich, nicknamed the Devil. Without Phil's superb acting skills, this incident really couldn't go on so perfectly according to the plan. Whether it is to mix into the Bigfoot gang or mislead S.H.I.E.L.D., Phil should be the most critical one among them. However, Phil is still a guest at S.H.I.E.L.D. at this time, so he can only be ignored for the time being. Strictly speaking, there is also a Hulk, Bruce Banner, in the sewer dojo of the Ninja Turtles. This guy should also be a member of the Justice League. However, he is a bit of an extra staff member. Although Banner has powerful strength, he has talked seriously with Anton and has no intention of participating in the battle as the main force on the battlefield. After communicating with Dr. Lizard Carnage, Banner decided to use his intelligence and talents to be a logistics minister, intending to try to use the mutant to eliminate the mental influence of the human enhancement potion on the Green Goblin. If it succeeds, it might suppress the Hulk in his body. At least, he won't transform when his heartbeat speeds up. He can't even do shameful things. It's worth mentioning that his idea is exactly the opposite of Phil's. Phil didn't want to do logistics and wanted to go to the battlefield, so he chose to transform the weapons left by the Green Goblin and changed his name to Devil. Of course, Phil's actions in this incident were very secretive and could not be exposed. After the incident was fully unfolded, at the critical moment of the alien Lang's invasion, he was a guest at SHIELD and failed to show up to participate in the battle. He lost the opportunity to be known by the public and could only wait for the next incident to appear again. Therefore, no one in New York knows him now. It's really miserable. War Fortress? What is War Fortress? Is it the alien spaceship that was just sent back to the other side of the universe by the teleportation device? Are we in space now? Hearing Batman's answer, Spider-Man and others widened their eyes. Even Daredevil Matt Murdock, who had always been very calm, was a little dazed. Although he couldn't see through the people around him talking, the propagation and rebound of sound waves made him construct a 3D real picture in his mind. This technological space made people feel shocked. The outer space seemed to have a thin film that sound could not penetrate and was isolated. This is not something that ordinary building materials can do. Alien spaceship. Daredevil was in a trance for a while. Sound cannot be transmitted in space. This is basic knowledge. They are in the War Fortress, and they can breathe at this time, so Daredevil can naturally construct a picture in his mind through sound. Why is there air in the War Fortress? Of course it is because of water. Electrolysis of water. When water is ionized under the state of electricity, it will decompose and sublimate water into two gases, hydrogen and oxygen. After the hydrogen is filtered by the machine, oxygen is produced. This is also the standing plan adopted by the aerospace staff on Earth to solve the problem that humans cannot breathe in the universe. A large amount of water will be stored in the spacecraft to produce oxygen. As for why there is water in the War Fortress, it has to be mentioned that in the eyes of humans, water is the source of life, and there must be water in the universe. Think about the Guardians of the Galaxy. If Star-Lord doesn't have water to drink, he will die in a few days. At that time, there will be no subsequent story. Star-Lord will die at the age of 9, a few days after leaving the Earth. Therefore, there must be water in the universe. At least, there is in the Marvel universe. In this way, it is reasonable for Lang to store a large amount of water in the War Fortress. Let's get back to the topic. Donatello, the smartest of the Ninja Turtles, immediately understood what Batman meant. As a technology geek, he became excited instantly. His level of activity is almost comparable to that of his good brother, Michelangelo. War Fortress. Alien spaceship. Donatello looked at Batman in front of him expectantly and said excitedly, "Batman, is this our future base?" "Yes." Batman nodded. "This will be the base of the Justice League. I plan to move Kana's experimental site here." Secondly, inside the War Fortress, there is a prison specially built by the former commander, the alien Lang. The Green Goblin's detention place can also be moved from the sewer to the War Fortress. Great. What a perfect decision. Donatello nodded, agreeing very much, marveled at Batman's decision, which was so correct. He said, "Fortunately, you didn't give the teleportation device to S.H.I.E.L.D. Otherwise, this place might have been owned by them." Batman did not answer, but he was sure that Nick Fury would not think of this. War Fortress was sent back to the other side of the universe. Coordinates are secondary. The point is that Nick Fury could not be sure whether Lang was the only alien inside the War Fortress. This spaceship is almost as big as a small town. In such a large place, there is only one alien language. This is not reasonable at all in the eyes of Earthlings. Nick Fury was limited in his thinking and did not think that the War Fortress was something they could covet. So even if Black Salted Egg got the teleportation device, he would not think of counter-attacking the aliens. He was such a conservative guy. Avengers. You can tell from the name. Only a guy like Anton, who has a god's perspective and controls the War Fortress through steel bones, dares to do what others dare not even think of. That is, occupy the War Fortress and turn it into the base of the Justice League. I have equipped you with a special bracelet to connect to the teleportation device. The bracelet has a call function and a positioning function. We can use the teleportation device to allow you to arrive at the disaster or terrorist incident at the first time. Anton said, therefore, you must wear it at all times. Once there is a situation, I will notify you immediately after receiving the message. If you have other arrangements or encounter troubles, you can also communicate with your companions at any time through the bracelet. Understood? Everyone nodded, looking slightly excited. That's it. Anton nodded. If you need to teleport, you can operate it on the bracelet yourself. Cyborg has opened some permissions of the teleportation device for you. Of course, all your operations need to be reviewed by Cyborg and me, and can only be executed after passing. I hope you understand. Understand? Of course I understand. Everyone trusts Batman very much, and there is no problem of finding fault. After all, the Justice League is headed by Batman, which is a fact recognized both internally and externally. On the other side, Earth, New York, a hotel. This is the public station of S.H.I.E.L.D. in New York. Black Broiled Egg and other first generation members of the Avengers are in a meeting. Nick, the Avengers now only have me, Hawkeye and Natasha, and the Justice League has brought together characters headed by Batman, as well as Spider-Man, Daredevil, Ninja Turtles, Venom, Cyborg and Green Arrow. Tony Stark took off his armor, sat on the sofa, looked at the black broiled egg in front of him, and spoke in a serious tone. If the Avengers continue like this, I don't think there is any need for them to exist. He was not kidding, and gave Black Egg an ultimatum. Since you have investigated me, you naturally know that I, Tony Stark, am not the kind of person who follows others around to take advantage of others. Chapter 139, The Avengers Plan. Non-biological aliens. Tony, you're too impatient. Black Egg's face was calm. Although there was a huge gap between the Avengers and the Justice League in terms of combat power, his calmness at this moment was somewhat unexpected to Tony, Hawkeye and Natasha. In the eyes of Tony and others, Black Egg seemed to have some unknown cards. Some things should not be told to you at this time. Black Egg said, paused, and looked at the three people in front of him, mainly fixed on Tony, and said slowly, the Avengers, of course, are not just you three. What do you mean? Tony narrowed his eyes and gradually lost patience with Black Egg. Black Egg picked up the TV remote control and turned on the TV in front of them. Howling Commandos. Captain America. It played the propaganda film of the most famous superhero in the United States, Captain America, who is known as the most American spirit during World War II. Captain America, Steve Rogers. Tony muttered. His face was ugly, and his tone became cold. Nick, you don't mean to say that the spiritual leader of the Avengers is the Captain America who has been dead for 70 years. The spirit of Captain America is with us, so we are not 3 people, but 4 people, but one of them is a ghost. You are wrong. What I want to say is that Rogers is not dead. Black Boiled Egg said lightly. This sentence came out of the mouth of Black Boiled Egg lightly, but it was like a bolt from the blue, making the 3 people in front of him change color. Captain America is not dead. Tony and the other 2 looked at each other, and they never thought that they would hear such shocking news from Black Boiled Egg. Captain America, Steve Rogers, at the last moment of the war, drove a plane, and died with the leader of Hydra, the Red Skull, and fell into the polar glacier. This is a fact known to the whole world. However, at this moment, they were actually told that Steve Rogers was not dead. It sounds too far-fetched. Even if Captain America is not dead, after 70 years, he is now an old man who is almost 100 years old. Tony quickly came back to his senses. He suppressed his shock and frowned again, saying in a bad tone, a centenarian, do you still expect him to be like us, to go to the front line of the battlefield, and be the Captain America 70 years ago? No. Black Egg said, Rogers was frozen in the Arctic glacier for 70 years. During these 70 years, he maintained his youth and still looked the same as when he was frozen 70 years ago. However, Rogers is still sleeping now, and it will take some time for him to regain consciousness. At this point, he was very sure Captain America will be an important member of the Avengers. Believe me, he will not let you down. After hearing this, Tony was stunned and pondered for a moment before digesting the news. However, he still did not intend to let Black Egg go so easily. Tony said, "Even so, we still have a big gap compared to the Justice League. Nick, how do you plan to make up for it, or even let us catch up with the Justice League? I will find more people worth winning over for the Avengers." Black Egg looked at Tony deeply and replied, "In addition, we are not much worse than the Justice League, Tony. Regarding this, perhaps Batman can answer your question better." This sentence is obviously hinting at the Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, who is doing justice for aliens in the universe. Since Batman knows about the Kree invasion in the 1990s, he will naturally not ignore the existence of Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. Of course, there is no need to tell Tony and others about this information. After hearing the explanation of Black Egg, Tony pondered for a moment, then got up and left. Before leaving, he left a word. "I don't have much patience. I hope you can do what you promised." Bang. The door closed tightly. Tony's figure disappeared from everyone's eyes. Black Egg withdrew his gaze from the door and looked at Natasha. He ordered, "Natasha, the next member of the Avengers is Dr. Octopus, who is now in prison. I have already talked to the relevant departments. As long as you can convince Otto, they will not hinder you." "Drive Otto?" Natasha was stunned, thinking of the artificial sun experiment incident that happened not long ago under the Manhattan Bridge and by the Hudson River. Since it happened not long ago, and it involved Stark Industries, Otto's sentence has not yet come out, but it is inevitable that he will be in prison for a few years. Of course, despite this, no one doubted Otto's talent. Although the artificial sun failed, Otto became Dr. Octopus in that incident. The mechanical arm he invented, to a certain extent, made a successful appearance and attracted the attention of many people. It was for this reason that Black Salted Egg chose to win over Dr. Octopus to the Avengers. If the other party disagrees, he will go to jail. He believes that Otto will not make a fool of himself. This is a great opportunity to make up for his mistakes without going to jail. Become a superhero that everyone is paying attention to. By the way, after Otto agrees, remember to go to the New York Police Department. Otto's mechanical arm is currently being stored in the New York Police Department as evidence. After giving the order, Black Egg turned and left. This meeting was over, and he had other meetings to attend. Leaving Natasha and Hawkeye in the room, he went to another place, took out his mobile phone, and dialed a number. This was the call from John Kohler, the US Secretary of Defense. "Nick, Secretary of Defense," John Kohler said in a cold tone on the other side of the phone. "I need an explanation." "Alien invasion." Black Egg said, "That's all I know. You said that the spaceship flying over New York was a spaceship, and the mecha defeated by the superhero was an alien." Kohler laughed in anger. "If you want to say that, I can't explain to others the cause of Ross's death. But this is the fact." Black Egg said, "The facts are already in your face. You have to believe it, even if you don't believe it. Regarding this incident, I will make a detailed report to the World Security Council. If you have other ideas, you can communicate with the World Security Council." After that, he hung up the phone without caring about the reaction of the other party. "Who the damn, in a base. Damn it." Defense Secretary John Kohler cursed. But in fact, at this moment, Kohler's face was not as irritable as he showed on the phone. "Alien invasion." The old gray-haired defense secretary took a deep breath and looked at the tall, frost-covered robot in front of him, which was as tall as a high-rise building. His face gradually became solemn. "Is it finally here? Damn aliens." As a senior official of the country, he knows a lot of secrets. For example, a truth that the US government has been hiding since the beginning of the last century. NBE. Non-biological alien. This kind of confidential file has always been circulated in the hands of a few senior officials in government departments. Even the president may not know all of it. It is an absolute secret. After years of research, Kohler knew that the alien in front of him probably fell to the earth thousands of years ago. In 1934, the US government transported this robot-like alien to the secret base inside the Hoover Dam to study the high-end technology contained in it, and named it NBE-1. That is, Non-Biological Alien 1. It was Ross who first provoked the aliens. Keller gathered his thoughts and thought of Harry boiled eggs explanation. He didn't believe it on the surface, but in fact, through the alien in front of him, named NBE-1, he clearly knew that what Harry boiled egg said might be the truth. Judging from Ross's personality, he is indeed a guy with a hot temper and extreme personality, who has the courage to provoke aliens. What an unlucky guy. Keller's face was calm, and he murmured to himself, "But, Ross, your death is valuable." He looked at the research subject in front of him. It's time to speed up. Chapter 140, Taking Stock of the Harvest. Phil is forgotten again. After being teleported back to Earth from the War Fortress, the heroes of the Justice League disbanded on the spot and went back to their homes. They were even eager to experience the convenience brought by teleportation. After entering the coordinates in the bracelet, they arrived at the destination instantly. After watching everyone leave, Anton took back the Cyborg clone and the Green Arrow clone. Eddie couldn't wait to return to the Daily Bugle and entered a workaholic state, ready to work overtime and make an unprecedented big revelation. He turned into Venom, and the camera in his hand completely recorded the whole process. In addition to some inside information he knew, combined with his many years of work experience, it can be determined that this is definitely enough to trigger hot searches. In addition, he and Anton have communicated about this alien invasion. Anton did not ask him to hide the idea of the existence of aliens. In Anton's view, there will be a New York war in more than a year at most. It is better to give New York citizens a shot of prevention, realize that there are aliens eyeing the Earth, and be mentally prepared to welcome aliens in advance. Therefore, Anton and S.H.I.E.L.D's conservative ideas were not in line with each other, and did not stop Eddie's plan to reveal the secrets of aliens. In fact, it was more important not only to reveal the secrets of aliens, but also to launch the superhero team formed by Batman, that is, the Justice League. In the report, the great role played by Batman, Cyborg, Green Arrow and others in this incident was slightly highlighted. In this way, the fan value of each person could be increased to an astonishing number. During the entire incident, the citizens of New York only saw the efforts and struggles made by Cyborg, Batman and Iron Man in the sky when fighting the enemy. They did not know that behind the incident, in the TCRI experimental building, Green Arrow and others had experienced another battle. From the perspective of Anton and the Daily Bugle, we cannot favor one over the other. DC Company. Anton sat in a chair and looked at the justice value rewarded by the system inside the system panel. Kill Lange, save New York, and reward 7 million justice value. Current justice value balance 20 million. Seeing this number, Anton smiled sincerely. It's a big harvest. The appearance of Lange represents the invasion of aliens. This kind of event is much more important than the appearance of Lizard Man, Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus. As expected, the system rewarded a large amount. The balance of justice value soared to an astonishing 20 million. This number is already quite good. Among the Batman armors displayed in the system space, there is a set of Bat-enhanced armor worth exactly 20 million. This set of Bat-enhanced armor appeared in New 52 Batman and Robin and was used to deal with the villain Terminator, who also has armor. It also has various powerful strengths and flying abilities, and even resists nuclear explosions. To be honest, 20 million can buy Bat-enhanced armor, which can be said to be a bloody profit. In Anton's opinion, this set of armor is estimated to be comparable to, or even better than, most of the Iron Man armor that appeared in Iron Man 3. However, he is not in a hurry to exchange it. You know, if the 20 million justice value is multiplied a few times, the small goal is in sight, and the idea of sweeping the Earth can be realized. In summary, justice points can be saved first, and spent when needed. Soon. Anton restrained his delusion. Although it seems that he has a small savings now, he still needs to make persistent efforts anyway. Looking at the time, Anton went online to check the public's reaction to the incident. Although he knew that the follow-up of the incident would not be simple, the heated discussion on the internet still surprised him. A simple flip through all the discussions about the incident. Major news posts emerged one after another. Various random revelations and speculations were also like a beehive, densely packed, overwhelming, occupying people's sight. New York citizens ate melons to their heart's content. People all over the United States paid attention to this matter, and paid great attention. However, Anton looked at these mysterious revelations, and found that these people were all making up stories to attract attention, and none of them hit the point. Alien invasion. The truth is so incredible. If there is no authoritative organization to endorse it, no one will be willing to believe it. The Daily Bugle is undoubtedly that authoritative organization. It is conceivable that all this will disappear after the Daily Bugle releases the news. After all, Batman stands behind the Daily Bugle. Batman endorses, as a participant in this incident, and even a superhero who solves this incident. No one does not believe in Batman. Similarly, Batman's reputation, and even Cyborg's reputation, have risen to a terrifying level after this battle. In New York, 90% of the citizens have become fans of Batman, including Cyborg, who has made a large-scale appearance this time. He has also gained attention that is not inferior to Batman, or even higher than Batman. You know, in the battle with Lange, Cyborg showed endless technological means, which are much more dazzling than Batman. At this time, on the system panel, that only Anton can see, the fan value of Batman and Cyborg has increased by nearly one-fold in a short period of time. This is Anton's most intuitive feeling about this incident. After a long time, Anton turned off the computer and looked at the sky. The morning glow rose. The golden light shone into the office. It's time to get off work. When he was driving away from the company, he suddenly froze, thinking that he seemed to have forgotten something. However, Anton didn't care. The important things have been arranged properly. Even if he forgot something, it shouldn't be that important, and there's no need to care. At night, Eddie rushed to finish his work and finally wrote the manuscript, to be sent the next day. Thinking of the huge response that this manuscript would cause the next day, he couldn't help but go home happily after get off work. Before leaving the newspaper, he also felt that he seemed to have forgotten something. However, he didn't care either. Early in the morning, a hotel. Phil was finally released by S.H.I.E.L.D. He stood in the cold wind, looking at the dark night. The cold moonlight sprinkled on his body. The cold wind blew, and goosebumps appeared on his body. Phil subconsciously shrank his neck, and looked at the empty streets. Not to mention the car. There was not even a shadow of a person. He fell into deep thought. The mobile phone had been disassembled into parts by S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't put the mobile phone back for him, but gave him a bunch of parts, so he couldn't make calls. In addition, S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't seem to have any plans to return the Hellcat suit that was transformed from the Green Goblin suit to him. He has to go back to Anton, and Anton will contact S.H.I.E.L.D. to get the equipment back. So, how can he get home? Boss, Editor-in-Chief, where are you? Phil wanted to cry, but had no tears. I'm your hero. I'm stuck. I have to go to class tomorrow. Headache. Chapter 141, Superman Movie, The Benefits of Alien Invasion. The next day, the news report of the Daily Bugle went viral on the internet, and the newspaper was once again driven crazy by the citizens of New York. Alien invasion. A few big words occupied an entire page. The background image was the spaceship that was suspended in the sky during the battle yesterday. To be precise, it was an alien spaceship. You know, the news report released by the Daily Bugle shocked everyone. Whether it was the citizens of New York, the citizens of the United States, or even the whole world, they all turned their attention to New York because of this news report. As we all know, Batman has a close relationship with the Daily Bugle. With Batman's endorsement, the daily operation of the Daily Bugle has actually been supervised by many people for a long time. In short, the Daily Bugle will not destroy its own reputation. This shows that the alien invasion, this horrifying result, is definitely the truth, that the Daily Bugle finally announced after investigation and obtaining first-hand information from Batman. In any case, the news about aliens has spread throughout the streets and alleys with the release of the Daily Bugle. Not only is it known throughout the country, it has even shocked the world. Washington. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. The director's office. Nick Fury, who had just returned to Washington, saw the press release from the Daily Bugle and felt that he had underestimated Anton and Batman. They are really brave. He pondered for a moment and suddenly felt that this might not be a bad thing. Since the aliens have set their sights on the Earth one after another, there is no guarantee that the same situation will not occur in the future. He thought the same as Anton. It is better to let people know the situation in advance and accept the facts. In order to avoid a bigger storm in the future, people will blame the official for concealing the news. Moreover, with the background of the alien invasion and the support of the World Security Council, SHIELD's actions in various aspects seem more reasonable and well-founded. Who the damn? Similarly, Secretary of Defense John Keller also received news from the outside world. The alien invasion was disclosed by the Daily Bugle, and the official could actually issue a statement to refute the news of the Daily Bugle. But the matter has been settled, and it is actually a good choice to go with the flow. Anyway, in Keller's view, the aliens have completely set their sights on the Earth, and there is no room for maneuver. Faced with the covetousness of aliens, humans can only fight back. Looking at the robot in front of him, Keller was thoughtful. In addition to the explanation from Nick Fury, a secret government unit called District 7 also contacted him immediately after the alien attack in New York. They judged that the spaceship that appeared in New York was most likely the companion of the robot in front of him. The basis for the judgment was that the Space Administration lost the Beagle second Mars rover not long ago. On the surface, it was a mission failure, but in fact it was not. The Beagle second rover sent back 13 seconds of images and found living aliens. Mars is not just rocks. And through detailed comparison, the living alien looks almost exactly like the robot in front of Keller. Secondly, the alien invasion incident that occurred in New York yesterday, the enemy on the spaceship, the humanoid mecha that fought against Cyborg. There are similarities between the two sides. At present, District 7 is doing its best to track down intelligence about aliens. Through communication with District 7, Keller's current task is to hold his ground and see if he can find some clues about the mysterious aliens hidden on the Earth from the robot-like, non-biological alien in front of him. Daily Bugle. Anton heard Eddie's report and knew that the news report released today caused a huge sensation. Outside, some people were extremely panicked, but other guys, those obsessed with the universe, were extremely excited about the appearance of aliens. Of course, this was not the focus of Anton's attention. In addition to announcing the truth about the alien invasion, the Daily Bugle also uploaded a fairly long video on its official website. In the video, Green Arrow led the Justice League to the TCRI experimental building, and Spider-Man, Daredevil, Ninja Turtles, and several other heroes destroyed the Bigfoot gang. Among them, the influence of SHIELD was basically erased by Eddie. SHIELD is a mysterious organization after all. Although SHIELD was exposed to the public after Captain America 2, this was the previous period when SHIELD was still the Secret Service department and was almost unknown to the public. Eddie still had to give SHIELD some face. It is worth mentioning that after removing SHIELD, the Justice League naturally became the strongest superhero group in people's eyes. Green Arrow's fan value soared. The fame of Spider-Man, Daredevil, and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles also spread throughout New York. Even citizens in other places are full of good feelings towards these names. The only regret is probably Eddie. In the video, Venom only showed his face at the end, and it seems that he did not play any role and rarely attracted people's attention. If the superhero ranking is ranked again, Venom will probably be at the bottom again. However, Eddie has achieved great success in his career, which is also a relief. Dang dang dang. The office door was pushed open. Betty walked in. She nodded to Anton. Jim is here. He has something to discuss with you. Jim? Anton was stunned. He is downstairs? Yes. Betty nodded. He seems to be here for the Superman movie. Superman movie. Anton's eyes lit up, and he suddenly became energetic. Superman movie. There is no better news than this. Soon, Anton went downstairs and came to DC. He met Jim. Anton, long time no see. Jim hugged Anton warmly. I read the news today. It's incredible. The cause of yesterday's incident was actually an alien invasion. The Daily Bugle is really a powerful newspaper. No one dares to question your source of information. Of course. Anton nodded and then asked impatiently, "Are you here for the Superman movie?" "Yes." Jim nodded. A few months have passed, and the production of the Superman movie has long been coming to an end, but we are still polishing the details, and now it is basically done. The reason why I came to see you in such a hurry is because of the news report released by the Daily Bugle today. Oh. Anton was surprised. About the alien invasion? Yes, Anton. Superman is a superhero from outer space. Jim smiled and was a little excited. Doesn't this setting just cater to the current trend? You are right. After hearing what Jim said, Anton suddenly realized and immediately understood the former's idea. The truth about the alien invasion will trigger people's heated discussions about aliens. In this way, people's interest in aliens has greatly increased, which just happens to cater to Superman's setting. Related to aliens. This is obviously a great benefit to the release of the Superman movie. The reason why Jim came here was to talk to him about the release of the Superman movie. I plan to release Man of Steel in advance. Jim smiled and said, with this trend, as long as the promotion is done properly, the Superman movie will definitely sell well. Chapter 142 Trailer. Just as Jim said, the basic setting of Superman is that he is a superhero from outer space. Superman looks exactly like humans, but he has innate abilities that far exceed those of ordinary Earthlings, so he is called Superman. Superman also has a strong sense of justice and empathy, which is the unity of divinity and humanity. In short, this character is extremely charismatic and a typical superhero. Based on Jim's many years of experience in the film industry, Superman's movie plot is full of stories, and even if it is not released at this time, it has the potential to be a big hit. Not to mention, under such suitable conditions, the movie Superman has so many publicity highlights. A superhero from outer space. Just promoting around this point can raise people's expectations to the maximum. Instead, in the setting, Superman is also a giant in the Justice League and a comrade in arms of Batman. Jim doesn't mind taking advantage of Batman. Anyway, it's all his own copyright. How many days will it take to promote the film? Anton thought for a moment and asked, is the film production sure to be completed? 1 week. It only takes 1 week to promote the film. We must catch up with this trend and be the first to try it. Jim said seriously, don't worry about the production of the film. Quentin's outstanding performance will make the quality of this film even better. Well, do it according to your idea. The company will fully support you. Anton nodded. Superman is a very important film. It affects the company's plans for the next film. It must not fail. Don't worry. Jim was full of confidence. Before arriving at the company, he thought that Anton would not reject his suggestion. Therefore, he sorted out an idea in his mind and planned to start implementing it when he returned. Jim did not disappoint Anton. That night, the material information about Superman was released by some media parties cooperating with DC. Of course, the promotion of the Daily Bugle is indispensable. On the official website of the Daily Bugle, in the forum specially opened for DC characters, the name Superman became the most attractive part. The trailer was clicked by countless people. Superhero from outer space. The title hits people's hearts. Combined with the current sensation caused by the alien invasion, people simply couldn't suppress their curiosity and clicked in to watch the trailer. Among them was Eddie. A man stood on a special spire tower and looked around. There were explosions all around him, and the shockwaves and flames spread to the end of the sky, as if the world was facing destruction. Goodbye, son. The camera turned, and the man put a baby into the spaceship. The woman next to him, who was obviously the man's wife, was sad and stroked the baby's white cheek. Our hopes and dreams will accompany you on your journey. The man gave his son the most sincere blessing. He will become an alien. The woman spoke beside her, full of worry. People will kill him. No. The man answered firmly. People will worship him as a god. The exchange ended. The baby was placed in the baby cabin, and the baby cabin floated all the way, and floated into the spaceship. Boom. The next moment, the spaceship took off into the sky, entered the universe, past countless planets and meteorites, and headed for the blue Earth. Behind him, the planet exploded. The huge shock wave made no sound. The energy surged, and finally calmed down, as if nothing had happened. At this time, The camera kept expanding, showing the vastness of the universe. The planet, to the universe, is just a speck of dust, insignificant. The camera switched to the Earth. A big hand opened the baby cabin and picked up the baby. "Today, you are my son." A gentle voice sounded. "From now on, you are Clark Kent." The trailer is only 45 seconds. But Eddie has been deeply attracted. As a loyal fan of DC, he is by no means a simple boss's licking dog. He has already had sufficient knowledge of Superman's story from the novels and comics released by DC. Now watching this movie again, I don't think it's a surprise. It's mainly the special effects. In just a few dozen seconds, the destruction of the planet, the launch of the spacecraft, and the setting of alien technology all made him feel that the movie should be very exciting, and he could enjoy a 2-hour visual feast. Superman, Man of Steel will be released next week, so stay tuned. The trailer ended, and the following subtitles were displayed at the end. With less than a week of promotional period, a total of 5 trailers have been prepared. Eddie sighed. According to the connection between the Daily Bugle and DC, there are a total of 5 trailers. However, time is urgent, so only one has been edited so far, and Jim and others are still considering the rest. Although he doesn't know much about the film and television industry, Eddie, as a reporter and editor-in-chief of a newspaper, is half an insider and knows how tight the time is, especially for editing 5 trailers. It's easy to say, but it's also difficult to say. It must be exciting enough to attract attention, but it can't reveal important information. We are all workers. Eddie sighed. Despite this, he is more and more curious about tomorrow's trailer. Downstairs, Anton also saw this trailer and was quite satisfied with Jim's arrangement. To be honest, in order to take advantage of the popularity of the alien invasion, Jim has definitely tried his best. It's only been a day, and he has communicated with so many media and formulated a fairly complete publicity plan. Sure enough, it was a correct decision to bring Jim, an experienced producer, into the company. After the trailer was released, Anton looked at the fan value figures for Superman in the system. Superman fan value: 4.61 million. This number is definitely not high, and it is even a bit low. But considering that DC was established not long ago, Superman himself has no fan base. Unlike Green Arrow, he can't get the popularity of Batman, so this number is still normal. It is conceivable that after the movie is released, there should be a surge. Of course, even if the growth rate is amazing, there is an irreparable gap with the 100 million fan value required to exchange for Superman. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. You have to eat one bite at a time. Anton never thought of exchanging for Superman all at once. Therefore, he set a 2-year deadline for himself. As long as Superman can be exchanged within 2 years, it will be considered a great success. After the trailer came out, with the whole nation paying attention to aliens, the Superman movie did attract a lot of attention. Although the promotion period was only 1 week, Jim's extreme efforts and the promotional resources used in this week also made many people know the character of Superman in the upcoming Superman movie. In the past few days, the fan value has increased quite well. On the day before the movie was released, it reached the 6 million mark. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143 Movie Release. Speculations about Krypton. Before the release of Superman, Jim was thinking of holding a grand premiere and inviting many celebrities to watch the movie. Normal blockbuster releases have to go through a process, and of course his own children cannot be left out. But the news of the alien invasion suddenly shocked the world, causing the world's people to be in a state of excitement. Jim seized the opportunity and obtained Anton's consent to decide to release the Superman movie in advance. This disrupted Jim's original deployment. The premiere ended in vain. If you insist on doing it, it is not impossible. But it is not practical to contact those celebrities who are busy and have no time to touch the ground a few days in advance. It is worth mentioning that Jim actually did this once. When Batman broke the 600 million global box office, a celebration party was held. Under Anton's inexplicable forced suggestion, it was held one day in advance. The difference is that the guests of the celebration party had been contacted long ago. Although it was one day in advance, everyone was willing to give this face and postpone things that night to get each other's attention. This time, there were not so many preconditions for the release of Superman, so Jim was too lazy to bother and spend time on this premiere. With this time, it is more in line with the actual situation and more effective to release 2 more trailers. As Jim expected, Superman's promotion was quite successful. Within a week, it attracted the attention of most people. Among them, there are fans who love watching movies, teenagers who are attracted by aliens, and fans of DC itself, as well as fans of Batman, Cyborg and others, especially the latter. They know that in the original settings of novels and comics, Superman is not only an alien, but also one of the 7 giants of the Justice League and a comrade in arms of superheroes such as Batman. In the real world, according to the news report of the Daily Bugle, Batman really formed the Justice League, a superhero team, just like the story. In the recent alien invasion, Batman even led the newly formed Justice League to solve the crisis on Earth. Fans were very excited. There has been a legend circulating among the fan groups of DC. Batman, Green Arrow and Cyborg in the story have already appeared in the real world, so the remaining heroes will soon, right? They even summed up a rule. At present, among the 3 heroes corresponding to the story that have appeared in DC, 2 have their own independent movies. As for why the Green Arrow has no face, they don't know. But this does not hinder their expectations for the Superman movie. After the Superman movie is released, will the character of Superman, Clark Kent, appear in the real world as they thought? A superhero from outer space? With such thoughts in mind, DC fans went to the cinema one after another. The movie was released as scheduled. Eddie asked Anton for a leave and took his girlfriend April to watch the Superman movie. In order to generate income for himself, Anton approved Eddie's leave. What Anton didn't know was that not only Eddie, but even Tony Stark, who was far away in Los Angeles, couldn't help his curiosity and walked into the cinema, including Nick Fury, Coulson, Hawkeye and Natasha of SHIELD. They also agreed to book a theater to generate income for Anton. However, these people were not there to watch the movie, but to analyze the image of Superman. You know, these people all know something about the mystery of DC. Although they didn't understand why Batman, Green Arrow and Cyborg appeared, they knew that these 3 people had a close relationship with DC, or in other words, with Anton, which was like wearing a pair of pants. So, the next virtual hero affiliated with DC, could it be this alien Superman? Is the release of the movie a hint from Anton? This kind of bad taste was incomprehensible to Harry Luden and others, but they couldn't rule out this possibility. So, they all chose to go to the cinema and planned to see in advance what kind of story Clark Kent, nicknamed Superman, would play in the virtual movie world. The movie opens. As shown in the first trailer, Krypton, where Superman lives, was completely destroyed due to the abnormal attraction of the star. After Jor-El, the leader of Krypton's scientists, issued this warning, the Science Council thought he was misleading people. So before Krypton exploded, Jor-El and his wife put their young son Kal-El in a spaceship and hurriedly sent it to the vast space to continue the hope of Krypton. Kal was adopted by Earthling Jonathan Kent and renamed Clark Kent. Black Boiled Egg and others saw the beginning of this story. They all fell into deep thought. Krypton. Aliens. The opening of the movie, not to mention giving them a critical hit, also made them feel awe-inspiring. They all agreed that Superman was a real person, just like Batman, Green Arrow and Cyborg who had already appeared. At this time, although the background has changed, they still can't help but speculate whether the identities of these people, the settings in the movie, and the real world overlap. Before this, most of them thought that the backgrounds of Batman and other characters were mostly fictional. After all, in the story, Gotham City where Batman is located, and Star City, where Green Arrow is located, are both place names that have never been heard of in reality, and seem to be an allusion to reality. Midtown where Cyborg is located, seems to be just an illusion. The difference is that the alien technology on Cyborg is somewhat incredible. The most determined person who believes that the technology on Cyborg is indeed from aliens is none other than Tony Stark. What no one knows is that during the brief encounter between Tony and Cyborg, he carefully tested Cyborg. The technology on Cyborg is fundamentally different from that on Earth. Tony felt something was wrong. Especially Cyborg's own energy, that almost endless source of energy, was completely different from Tony's arc reactor. Tony was very sure that Cyborg himself was the same as in the movie, a half human half mechanical Cyborg. Energy is an important element that supports Cyborg's actions, just like blood in the human body. Without energy, Cyborg is no different from a dead person, and his consciousness will not function. This technology is at least one era ahead of Earth. Tony believes that he can create a robot, but he can't create a guy like Cyborg. In short, after the human body only has the brain left, can he transform it into Cyborg? Tony's answer is that he can't do it. Now, the Superman movie is released. Among them, Superman comes from Krypton. Krypton. Is there really such a planet in the universe? Kryptonians. Is Superman really an alien hiding on Earth? Seeing Superman grow up little by little under the care of his adoptive father Jonathan Kent, and even begin to show his abilities, the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Tony Stark narrowed their eyes, surprised and lost in thought. Black Egg even wanted to take out his pager and have a serious chat with Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, who was several galaxies away, about the problem of Krypton. Chapter 144, Man of Steel is released. The shock brought by Superman. The plot of the movie gradually unfolds. Clark discovered that he was different from others since he was a child, and his adoptive parents asked him not to show his difference and learn to be like ordinary people. But one day, Clark's superpowers suddenly strengthened, and his abilities such as perspective and super hearing tortured him. Clark became a freak in the eyes of others. Several years passed. On an outing, the school bus fell into the river. Clark lifted the bus and pushed it to the shore, saving everyone and becoming a hero. Afterwards, Clark changed from a freak to a powerful freak in the eyes of others. Discrimination did not decrease as a result. Clark struggled a little. His adoptive parents asked him to stop showing his abilities, disguised himself as an ordinary person, and told him about his life experience. After learning that he was from outer space, Clark began to accept reality. He finally learned to hide himself. When he grew up, he came to Metropolis and became a reporter for the Daily Planet and met his girlfriend, Lois Lane. In the process, Clark accidentally encountered a robbery accident. Zio exposed his abilities and easily took down the robber. This is a deliberately set joke that makes the audience smile. After Clark entered Metropolis, the movie was quite different from the original version, and the plot also changed slightly. The original Man of Steel had a very polarized reputation, and the box office barely broke even, not even a small profit. If it was filmed according to the original version, in this Marvel world, where Superman's fame is far less famous than in the previous life, it would be a loss. Anton is not stupid. After discussing with the screenwriter Browning, he retained some of the original plot. The main line was not cut, and the villain was still General Zod, but the transition in the middle became more humorous and relaxed, not as bitter and vengeful as the original, and it looked like a qualified popcorn special effects movie. And the black salted egg who rented the theater to watch the movie saw Superman showing his abilities and inexplicably thought of Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. Both are Supermen. However, Carol's abilities are not as diverse as the Superman in front of him. Super strength, super hearing, invulnerability, perspective. There are not many abilities that have been shown so far. These few things alone can distinguish between Supermen and ordinary people. Aliens. Black salted egg looked solemn. If Krypton is real, there really is a Kryptonian race in this universe. Superman alone is so terrifying. If all the people on the planet come to Earth, wouldn't Earth have no power to fight back? Aliens are all Superman. What can Earthlings do to resist? Are they going to use nuclear bombs to clean up the land? In this case, after a war, Earthlings will have to consider moving and living on another planet. Black boiled egg's face was solemn. At the same time, Tony Stark also thought of this and felt that the existence of Superman was a bug and began to doubt its authenticity. Clark and Lois's life returned to normal. Lois discovered that Clark was different and that her lover seemed to be hiding something from her. This made Lois very annoyed. On this day, in order to ease the relationship with Lois, Clark decided to take Lois to travel to the Arctic. After arriving at the Arctic, he unexpectedly heard unusual movements through his super hearing, as if it was the call of his fellow tribesmen. This immediately brought him back to his senses, and while Lois was asleep, he went to the depths of the Arctic. Lois found that Clark had disappeared, and she stood up to look for him. She accidentally slipped and fell into the ice crack. Clark's perspective and farsightedness, plus super hearing, are not vegetarian. In a hurry, Clark flew into the sky at a speed faster than the speed of sound, broke through the mountain, and went straight into the ice crack. At the critical moment, he saved Lois. Not to mention Lois, even Clark was stunned. He could actually fly? The movie was halfway through. Black Egg and others were surprised again. Flying. Superman showed his extraordinary ability again. How capable is this guy? Does Superman really exist? In this world, are there really aliens with various superpowers, like gods? No wonder Superman's biological father said such a thing in the trailer. People will respect him as a god. Flying. Seeing this scene, combined with the abilities that Superman has shown so far, not only the people in S.H.I.E.L.D., including Tony Stark, Eddie, and even DC fans, etc., have become more and more aware of Superman's power. If such a superhero really appeared, it would be just like what was said in the movie. God. Like a god. Eddie fell into deep thought. He had always thought that Superman would definitely appear in the real world. However, seeing such an exaggerated performance in the movie, Eddie couldn't help but hesitate. Is this really a person who should exist in reality? Even if he is an alien, it is too exaggerated. Knowing that even if he went back to ask Anton, Anton would not give him an accurate answer, so Eddie thought for a moment and continued to watch the movie. After Clark rescued Lois, he confessed everything to his girlfriend and faced the huge ice block above his head. He once again showed a superpower. Heat vision. His eyes turned red, and the heat vision beam burst out, instantly melting the ice in front of him. At the same time, the frost under the ice cracks, which was not directly hit by the heat vision beam, also melted one after another, like snowflakes illuminated by the summer sun. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped for the nth time, and felt more and more that the movie characters were exaggerated. Now, almost no one thinks that Superman will appear in the real world. Such a powerful superhero. Even if it is true, people don't want him to appear. Fear of the unknown. Or of the powerful. People began to doubt whether this superhero from outer space is really a friend of mankind. Soon, Clark in the movie, with Lois, found the abnormality he discovered. A Kryptonian spaceship buried in the glacier and hidden for tens of thousands of years. Clark judged from its appearance that the spaceship came from his home planet. Because in his opinion, this is an enlarged version of the small spaceship he took when he was a baby. Lois was shocked. When Clark inserted the key with the S logo he carried with him into the spaceship, he took control of the spaceship. A man appeared. He looked similar to Clark. It was Clark's biological father, Jor-El, the leader of Kryptonian scientists. Jor-El explained his existence. Jor-El in the spaceship is actually just a memory spirit, not a real person, and can only appear in the spaceship as a projection. Clark finally revealed his life experience. He and Lois hugged tightly. While training himself in the Arctic, his relationship with Lois quickly heated up. In the process, Superman's strength is fully revealed. People in front of the movie are all involved. If they were Superman, they would definitely let go of themselves with such terrifying power. But Superman just kept his promise to his adoptive parents. He decided to hide for the rest of his life. The holiday is over, and Clark and Lois live an ordinary life. On this day, Clark went home to visit his adoptive parents. The sky suddenly changed. A huge tornado appeared. In full view of the public, Clark's adoptive father, Jonathan, was caught in the storm in order to save his puppy. There are too many people around. Jonathan knows that Clark has the ability to save himself, but he still doesn't want Clark to expose his unusualness. Jonathan thinks the world is not ready yet and hopes that Clark can enjoy his current life, so he sacrifices himself. After Jonathan was buried, Clark fell into grief. Clark's mother, Martha, did not blame Clark, but understood Jonathan's self-sacrifice. In the days that followed, as Jonathan thought, Clark and Lois are about to enter the marriage hall, and he is very happy now. Clark gradually felt that Jonathan was right, and he really shouldn't reveal his superpowers. The life of an ordinary person was the happiness he had been pursuing. However, Clark didn't know that danger was quietly coming to the Earth. The command center of the North American Aerospace Defense Command, also known as the United States Northern Command. The senior military officials here were in a meeting. NASA discovered an unusual shadow in space. A spaceship. Aliens. The military was shocked and tried their best to block the news. NASA tried to get in touch with the other party, but the other party did not respond. The military then realized that the other party had bad intentions. A few days later, the news could not be concealed. There were private organizations and many stargazing enthusiasts who found this spaceship in space outside the Earth, near the moon. They quickly contacted the media. The media made it public, causing a sensation in the world. Clark had an ominous premonition. Sure enough, aliens connected to the human network, deciphered all human languages, and posted a message on the internet. Televisions, mobile phones, computers, and street advertising screens were all occupied by a picture. A deep voice resounded. This sentence was said in Chinese, English, Italian, Spanish, French, German, etc. Hundreds of languages in the world. Translated, it only has one meaning. You are not alone. The audience was fascinated by the movie, but they felt a chill in their hearts. They thought of the alien attack that happened in New York not long ago. The plot in the movie seemed to be a metaphor for this incident. Aliens are eyeing the Earth. The Earth cannot completely welcome aliens with a friendly attitude. Thinking of this movie, which was shot before the alien attack, some people opened their eyes wide and thought of something. The Daily Bugle, Batman, and some mysterious organizations. These guys must have known about the aliens a long time ago. However, in order to avoid causing panic, they blocked the information from ordinary people. It was not until the alien attack occurred that they decided to make it public. Although it was just a wild thought, he inexplicably guessed the truth. There were more than one or two people who had the same idea as him. These people were excited and panicked. The release of this movie just hit their climax, making them instantly excited and immersed in it. Even the people in S.H.I.E.L.D. frowned. They also thought that this movie and this scene were metaphors of Anton. After thinking about it, they could not get any results, so they could only continue watching. My name is General Zod. I come from a world far away from you. I flew over countless planets to find you. One of our citizens has lived in your world for decades. I ask you to hand this person over to me. For some reason, he concealed his existence. He tried to be no different from the Earthlings. He looks like you, but he is not from Earth. For those who know his current whereabouts, the fate of your planet depends on your thoughts. Kal-El, you have 24 hours to surrender to us, otherwise watch the world bear the consequences. This paragraph ends. The world returned to its original appearance. Televisions, mobile phones, computers, and street advertising screens restored their original images. But people know that the Earth will no longer be peaceful as before. Earthlings are not the only intelligent life in the universe. Aliens appear. Zod. Clark knew that the person Zod was talking about was himself. In the end, he put on Superman's suit and walked towards the military who were looking for him. Lois asked him, "Why did you surrender to Zod?" Clark replied, "I surrendered to humans, which is different." After talking with the military, Clark agreed to meet Zod, who had been looking for him for many years, in a certain open space at a certain time. Behind Clark were countless chariots, tanks, aircraft, and cannons from the military. Clark was taken away in full view of the public. But General Zod tore up the agreement. He put a special environmental transformation device on the Earth, intending to transform the Earth into Krypton, and planned to get the Kryptonian gene lineage given to him by Jor-El from Clark, so that the Kryptonians could be reborn on the Earth. A big battle. This is a battle that has been laid for a long time in this movie, and is expected by countless audiences. As a result, people saw the strongest form of Superman. The battle between Clark and General Zod was vividly performed with the help of special effects. The building collapsed easily. A punch smashed a mountain. The speed exceeded the speed of sound, and the shockwave rippled. Zod's armor was broken, and he was accidentally exposed to the sun. His body mutated, and his injuries healed quickly. At this moment, Zod finally understood why Clark was so powerful. He was in high spirits, and with his rich combat experience, the two supermen showed extraordinary strength. The battle started again. The battle in the movie continued. Nick Fury couldn't watch it calmly. Although it seemed unlikely, it would be incredible if there was a race in this world that could become stronger by basking in the sun. Black Salted Egg couldn't wait to leave the cinema, find Anton, and ask the truth. He had only one question. Is there a Superman in this world? Tony Stark, who was far away in Los Angeles, began to feel that this movie was pure nonsense from this moment on. You can become stronger by basking in the sun. If there really is a Superman in this world, this way of becoming stronger can be said to completely subvert Tony's entire understanding of science. He would rather eat the chair under his but than believe that there is a Superman in the world. The ending is of course that Zod was defeated by Clark. Clark was exposed, became a superhero, and was revered as a god, receiving worship from countless people. Easter egg part. The actor who plays Batman appears. He is dangerous. People regard him as a god. Batman looked serious, watching the picture on TV. It was a picture of Superman floating in the sky, fighting Zod, and being captured by a reporter in the ruins after he won. Batman said in a low voice, "But, I can't trust him. Ahem, I don't have the face to ask for monthly tickets. Please ask for some recommendation tickets." The total number of recommendation tickets has not exceeded 10,000 so far. It's miserable. Chapter 145. Reading a book by order. Carlson. The Old Man's Call. The movie ended. Everyone gave it a high evaluation. The SHIELD members sat in the cinema and pondered for a moment. Black Egg suddenly turned to look at Carlson. "Director, what do you want?" Carlson was indeed Black Egg's confidant, and he immediately realized that something was wrong. "Coulson, there is a mission that is very suitable for you." Black Egg pondered for a moment and finally spoke. "Director, I will do my best." Coulson suddenly felt something was wrong and replied in a deep voice. In his opinion, this sentence was like someone saying "I will come back to marry you" after completing the mission, so he made an expression of sacrificing himself for justice. "You are the first person to realize that there is something unusual about DC." Black Egg said. "However, we have looked through all the information about DC since its establishment, including Anton's information, and have not found anything special. But after watching this movie, I realize that we have overlooked the key information, which is the specific content of the works currently released by DC." After a pause, he continued, "Coulson, I will give you a week to look at these works and report the key points to me after summarizing them. Especially the relationship between Batman, Green Arrow, Cyborg, and now Superman in these works. I think that if Anton used these people as reference to create these works, then there must be something in common between the works and the characters. For example, the relationship between Superman and Batman does not seem to be good." On the side, Natasha suddenly realized. She thought of the Easter egg at the end of the movie and extracted key information from it. Batman does not trust Superman. Is this Anton alluding to the relationship between Batman and Superman in reality? Although Superman has not appeared yet, after experiencing the alien attack not long ago, coupled with Superman's alien background, everyone in SHIELD cannot let down their guard. This, I understand. Coulson's nervous expression relaxed at once. Reading books under orders is not bad. At least he doesn't have to go out on field missions, which is also a good job. In a way, Coulson, who has been busy running around, is no different from having a holiday after receiving this mission. Tony left the cinema and sneered at the Superman movie. Although Man of Steel has no connotation, he does not deny that this movie can be regarded as an excellent standard among popcorn movies. The main thing is that the content is contrary to science. Even if he has the same speculation as everyone in SHIELD, Tony cannot accept the fact that Superman exists in this world. Eddie, who walked out of the cinema at the same time, did not have as many thoughts in these people's minds. He was the one who was most sure that Superman would appear. Clark Kent. Kryptonian. Eddie thought for a moment and suddenly realized. No wonder Anton knew that the teleportation device came from outer space and knew that the alien Lang had always coveted the Earth. It must be Superman who told him. Eddie made up his mind and finally sorted out the line in his mind. Justice League. He thought happily, thinking, what a big leg I have. Next to him, April saw Eddie's flattering smile and couldn't help showing a small expression of disgust. A day later, Anton was sitting in DC and was surprised to see that Superman's fan value only increased by 1.3 million, from 6 million to 7.3 million. This growth rate is very different from the situation of Cyborg and Batman. Too slow. The box office performance is quite impressive. Although it is slightly lower than Batman, it is stronger than Cyborg. Why is the fan value increasing so slowly? What's going on? Anton went online to check everyone's evaluation of Superman. Without exception, they were all very satisfied with the movie for their high level of special effects, exciting plot, and great value for money. But from the sporadic negative reviews, Anton figured out the answer to the slow increase in fan value. Aliens make it or break it. The invasion of the alien Lang brought great attention to the Superman movie. But people didn't go to the cinema because they were attracted by Superman, but purely because of their curiosity. Therefore, they were not influenced by Superman. In general, Superman's alien identity lacks a sense of substitution. People who have just been hurt by aliens don't believe that an alien will willingly protect humans, even if this alien grew up on Earth. Therefore, Superman's fan value growth rate is far slower than Batman and Cyborg. At this rate, when the movie is released, the fan value will only be less than 30 million fans. Anton pondered. It seems that the next one must be arranged as soon as possible. Batman vs. Superman? There is no doubt that Jim's idea is the same. Anyway, it is their own copyright. Anton will not feel heartache at all for grabbing Batman's wool. Anyway, Batman's identity has been successful and famous, and it's time for other comrades in the Justice League to get some heat. Isn't this the unexpected surprise of Green Arrow? Ring ring ring. Suddenly, the phone rang, disrupting Anton's thoughts. Pick up the phone and take a look. Old man. Jonah Jameson. Old man, what's going on? Aren't you on vacation in Hawaii? Are you so happy every day that you don't want to go home? Anton answered the phone and couldn't help teasing. I don't want to call you either. Jameson snorted. Life in Hawaii is much more exciting than New York. You don't know how much pain I have when I get up every day. It does sound more exciting than aliens. Anton heard the implication and was envious to the point of separation. Let's get back to the point. The old man said. I'm back in New York. What? Anton was shocked. You dare to go back to New York? The number of rich people who have moved out of New York recently may be more than you have seen in your life. Do you think I want to come back? The old man said. Someone wants to see you. I have to come back. Who is so generous? Anton frowned slightly. He was not surprised by this sentence, but began to think about the other party's identity. As the owner of a newspaper, Jameson controls public opinion and is quite famous in the upper class of the United States, especially familiar with politicians. Although Jameson is only in the middle in terms of wealth, in terms of status, Jameson is not inferior to the richest people. After all, what politicians need most is a voice channel. These people and Jameson hit it off immediately, and they can be said to be in cahoots and use each other. Especially in New York, where Jameson has been running for many years, this piece of land has a considerable network of connections. Therefore, there are only a handful of people who can call Jameson back from Hawaii. You know, even an Oscorp during Norman's time, Norman might not have the face to do so. Anton thought for a moment and realized a fact. The person who called Jameson back is by no means simply rich, but powerful. You have seen this person. At least you have seen him in the news. Jameson sighed. Secretary of Defense, John Kohler. He wants to see you. Pause. I asked Wick to pick you up. Come downstairs in 10 minutes. I'll wait for you at home. Chapter 146. The Minister of Defense meets with Batman. When Anton went home and saw Jameson, he was sitting next to a gray-haired old man, but energetic, imposing, and dignified man. This man was John Kohler. Kohler often appeared on TV news As a half journalist, Anton was not unfamiliar with him. As far as it can be seen, Kohler was not unfamiliar with him. Otherwise, Kohler would not have asked to see him. And he went through such a circle through the old man, Jameson, to make an appointment with him. This seemed to indicate that Kohler had no ill intentions. "Mr. Kohler, it's our first meeting. You look more imposing than in the news." Anton shook hands with Kohler. "Anton, you are also more energetic than in the information." Kohler smiled and said, "Information?" Anton narrowed his eyes imperceptibly. "Relax." Kohler saw the subtle change in Anton's mood and smiled. "I have no ill intentions. Otherwise, I would not have asked you out through Jameson. After all, I'm the Minister of Defense. Kohler and I are old friends." James, who was standing next to him, spoke with a hint of meaning. "Anton, Kohler is meeting you for the Justice League." "Justice League?" Anton restrained his strange expression and said seriously, "Mr. Kohler, since you are the Minister of Defense, I will tell you some things frankly. I can indeed contact the Justice League, but I'm just a small role in it. I don't know what your purpose is." "About aliens." Seeing Anton's cooperation, Kohler spoke frankly. "The recent alien attack and the news report of the Daily Bugle have allowed the whole world to see real aliens. But there is one thing that you may not know, including only a very few people in this world." "What is it?" Anton and Jameson showed the same interest. The alien invasion not long ago was not the first time that aliens were discovered on Earth. Kohler spoke slowly. "So, you have discovered aliens a long time ago?" Jameson was shocked. As a big shot in the news industry, there is very little information in this world that can be hidden from him, including some secrets that are only circulated among politicians. However, such confidential information is indeed an aspect that he has never been exposed to. "Yes." Kohler nodded, staring at the two people in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "As early as the beginning of the last century, we found traces of aliens. According to our investigation, aliens came to Earth thousands of years ago, when humans were still drinking blood and eating raw meat. At the beginning of the last century." Now it was Anton's turn to be surprised. No. He thought Kohler was going to talk about the Kree invasion in the 1990s. Unexpectedly, it came to the beginning of the last century. "What is this plot?" "Aliens. We call them NBEs, non-biological aliens." Kohler said. "From the outside, it looks like a very advanced robot, but in fact, it is a mechanical life form." At this point, he suddenly looked up at Anton, hinting, "Just like Cyborg in the Justice League, except that Cyborg is half human and half machine, and the NBE one we found is a pure mechanical life form." Pure mechanical life form. Anton muttered this word, and an extremely incredible thought arose in his mind. Swish. Kohler opened the laptop in front of him, turned the screen around to face Anton and Jameson in front of him, and said, "This is NBE-1. In the video, a robot covered with frost, like a small mountain, stood in the center, with cables plugged all over its body. From time to time, you can see someone dismantling something on the robot, and sparks flew. At the beginning of the last century, a captain named Whitwich discovered it. We took great efforts to drag it out of the glacier, and used technology to keep it frozen. Later, after research, we determined that it was either in a deep sleep or dead." Kohler said, "But we learned a lot from it, which is almost the source of today's technology. Integrated circuits, lasers, spacecraft, cars, etc. are all the results of studying it. Do you suspect that the alien who invaded the Earth not long ago came because of this?" NBE-1. Jameson couldn't help but speak when he heard this. "That's right." Kohler nodded, operated his laptop, and called up another video. "In fact, long before that alien appeared, we found living pure mechanical aliens, that is, NBE, on Mars. After that, we have been on guard against them coming to Earth, but unexpectedly, they still found an opportunity. Mind transmission device." Kohler glanced at Anton, his face solemn. It must be said that the technology mastered by these aliens makes it difficult for humans to defend against it. So, you need the help of the Justice League. Anton listened to Kohler mention the mind transmission device, and remained calm, vaguely guessing Kohler's purpose. "It's not help, it's cooperation," Kohler replied. "Since you also have certain information, then there is a basis for cooperation between you and the military. After Keller finished speaking, he said, "After all, the Justice League also wants to appear openly, rather than always enforcing justice in an illegal capacity such as vigilantes, right?" Now Anton understood. Keller learned from the World Security Council behind Nick Fury that the Justice League was seeking a legal identity. In addition, the alien attack in New York a few days ago made the military see the potential of the Justice League. Under the threat of aliens, the military had some thoughts about the Justice League that solved the alien attack in New York. Since they were operating in their own territory, it was naturally necessary to take control of this extraordinary power. Coincidentally, Nick Fury reported the situation of the Justice League to the World Security Council. The US representative in the World Security Council told the military about this situation. Therefore, after discussion, the military committee composed of the Secretary of Defense, the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the three armed forces, and the Chiefs of Staff of the Army, Navy, and Air Force decided that Secretary of Defense John Kohler, who had a friendship with Jameson, would come forward to find Anton and try to absorb the Justice League into the military. Don't underestimate the Justice League. After the military's ruling, the Justice League's current strength, when assembled, is no weaker than an army. If the Justice League can really be won over, won't it be able to attack wherever it points in the future? The military is not stupid. Even General Ross, who was courting death, was not a fool. He was just too arrogant and lost his life. "Mr. Kohler, I can't answer you about this for now." Anton pondered for a moment. "I know that Batman is the boss among you." Kohler nodded, his tone gentle, but with a hint of unquestionable. "I don't have much time. I hope you can contact Batman. I hope to see him immediately." Hearing this, Jameson subconsciously became nervous. He knew Anton's true identity, and he also knew that Anton had been trying to hide his identity. From Kohler's tone, he would not give up until he saw Batman today. Could it be that Anton wanted to expose himself? Chapter 147 Transformers, Autobots and Decepticons. Jameson was thinking about it when he saw Anton's expressionless face, pretending to nod helplessly. "Okay." As soon as he finished speaking, Anton took out his mobile phone and randomly clicked on it. Swish. The next second, a figure appeared out of thin air. "Batman." Jameson opened his eyes wide, looked at Anton, and then looked at Batman, with an expression, as if he had seen a ghost. Keller was very calm, as if he had foreseen this scene. Telepathic transmission device. He whispered to himself. His own imagination was serious, and he was amazed at the wonders of alien technology. Standing in place, Batman's clone looked around and fixed his eyes on the face of the Secretary of Defense, John Keller, with a calm tone. "Minister Keller, it's our first meeting." Batman. Keller was not curious about Batman knowing his identity. As the Secretary of Defense, his face, looking around the world, in the eyes of those who care, is considered famous. "Please, Anton asked you to come here, because of the aliens." Keller repeated what he said to Anton to Batman in front of him. In fact, Keller didn't know that none of the three people in front of him, or the two people, were listening to him at all. Jameson's eyes went back and forth between Anton and the Batman clone, and finally fixed on Anton, with a little unkindness. He felt that Anton's previous claim that he was Batman was purely fooling him. "I almost ate the newspaper." Anton shrugged at Jameson imperceptibly, making Jameson furious. If Keller hadn't been there, Anton felt that he would have to eat a fresh meal of bamboo shoots and fried meat. "I understand." Batman's clone suddenly spoke, drawing the attention of the two back. "Minister Keller, I only have one question." Batman's clone said, "What is the relationship between the Justice League and the military? Are they superiors and subordinates, or are they cooperating?" "Superiors and subordinates in name, but in reality they are cooperating." Keller did not hide it. "You know, we have investigated your information. Although we didn't get much, we also know that you, the vigilantes, love freedom." Keller said, "After discussion, we decided not to interfere in the internal situation of the Justice League, but we hope that when necessary, as a military ally, you can follow the military's instructions and act with the military." To be honest, Keller's conditions are already superior. There is no such strong and aggressiveness as Ross. Obviously, the military committee has conducted a detailed investigation of the information currently shown by the Justice League. Following the advice of the military staff, they put forward the most reasonable conditions that the Justice League cannot refuse. These conditions are more touching than when facing the black-boiled eggs of SHIELD. So, we are a further equal alliance. Batman's clone said, but there is a premise. The Justice League will only take action in critical situations, such as alien invasions. Based on this, we can share intelligence, including this alien invasion. Share intelligence? Keller's eyes flashed, and he smiled and nodded. No problem. Then, happy cooperation. Batman's clone nodded, and looked at Anton again. The two looked at each other. Swish. A figure appeared in the room again. Cyborg. Seeing this, Jameson was too lazy to marvel. As a tycoon in the news industry, he was indeed the guy with the least information in the whole audience, and he was unable to complain at this time. Keller's eyes lit up, and he was amazed at the advancement and convenience of the mind transmission device again, and he saw the significance of the mind transmission device. However, Keller did not say much. The military committee took conciliatory measures against the Justice League. After research and investigation, they believed that the unifying feature of the vigilantes was that they usually rejected tough measures and would not refuse conciliatory solicitations. SHIELD happened to do a not so correct demonstration. In short, doing the opposite of SHIELD is not necessarily right, but at least it will not be outrageously wrong. Secondly, even if the Justice League has advanced technology, as long as the military keeps in touch with it, they can naturally try to borrow it, after getting to know it, or, with the consent of the Justice League, send researchers to jointly study alien technology. It is worth mentioning that, if the teleportation device really comes from NBE aliens, there may not only be one in the hands of the Justice League. It is entirely possible that the military will seize other teleportation devices from other NBE aliens in the next joint operation. Keller's thoughts flashed through his mind. In front of him, Batman said to Cyborg, "Show them the information of the Autobots and Decepticons." Understood. Cyborg took a deep look at Keller. Keller only felt that the other party's eyes were cold, like a real robot, without any human nature, sharp as a knife, scratching his face painfully. Then, the electronic eye on the right side of Cyborg projected a virtual screen. A huge metal planet is rotating. The Autobots and Decepticons come from the planet Cybertron. We gave this mechanical race a name, Transformers. Cybertron orbits Alpha Centauri, and is a huge metal planet with a similar size to Earth's neighbor Saturn. It is composed of a variety of metal ores with different properties, and is the home of powerful mechanical life forms that can transform their bodies between robot form and various transformed forms. The Transformers living on the planet Cybertron are divided into two major factions, the Autobots and the Decepticons. The two factions have been in civil war for many years, resulting in the exhaustion of the planet's energy. Both sides have to flee Cybertron and drift into the universe to find living resources. For some reason, the leader of the Decepticons, Megatron, came to Earth thousands of years ago and is currently missing. At this point, the scene calmed down. Keller pondered. Megatron. He seemed to know the real name of the mechanical alien at the Hoover Dam that he and others named NBE-1. But whether it's the Decepticons or the Autobots, Cyborg continued his explanation. Their goal is to get the Allspark that was lost in space and fell to Earth due to the civil war on Cybertron. The Allspark? Keller opened his eyes and looked at the cyborg in front of him. His eyes flickered. What is the Allspark? A weird cube-shaped thing. Cyborg replied, it is equivalent to the soul of the Transformers and is the source and destination of the Transformers Allspark. In other words, it can give life to machines and turn all the mechanical objects in front of you into intelligent life like humans. At the same time, it can also allow Transformers to absorb energy and give birth to new life. Hearing this, Keller's pupils dilated slightly, but he tried his best to restrain his expression. It seems that you know where the Allspark is. Although Keller tried his best to hide, the Batman clone saw through Keller's cover-up at a glance, and his tone was calm, but it went straight to the heart. Evolution. 3 stronger. Success. Monthly ticket. Recommendation ticket. Understand? Chapter 148. There is only one truth. I can't hide it from you. As the Minister of Defense, Kohler was as thick-skinned as a city wall. He didn't feel embarrassed and nodded. If I'm not mistaken, I do know where the Allspark is. The Allspark came to Earth around 10,0 BC. The agents of the 7th District of the government's confidential department didn't find it until 1913. They knew it was a treasure because the hieroglyphs on the Allspark were the same as the words on the alien, named Megatron in your mouth. Kohler explained patiently. Anton recalled for a moment after hearing this. The Allspark can emit a certain energy. Megatron came to Earth in pursuit of this energy. Batman's clone spoke at the right time. You used some method to isolate this energy so that the Transformers couldn't find it. Not bad. Kohler smiled slightly, a little proud. We have detected a certain magnetic field around the Allspark. In order to isolate this magnetic force and prevent others from getting the Allspark, we built a huge base. A huge base. Jameson was stunned. Anton beside him was not surprised because Anton knew what Keller was referring to. Keller paused. Hoover Dam. Hoover Dam is your base for studying aliens? Jameson was stunned. Construction began in April 1931 and was completed in March 1936. At that time, the Hoover Dam cost $49 million and 112 people died. It was actually to cover up the traces of alien technology or alien treasures. This overturned his understanding of this world. Keller said, Hoover Dam is the most suitable place. The base is built in the belly of the mountain. The surrounding walls are as thick as 4 football fields. No one can take the fire source from us. What happened today is really unheard of for me, a journalist. Jameson sighed. It is conceivable that, if Anton was not his grandson, he would probably never know these secrets in his life. Very good. The information sharing about aliens ends here. Batman said again. You just said that aliens should come to Earth. Then you must have some specific information, right? Yes. Keller nodded. The people in District 7 are tracking down aliens. There are already some clues. We found something in Los Angeles. So, we may need the help of the Justice League. Keller paused and continued. After all, if the military wants to solve this matter, it will inevitably use airplanes and artillery, which will cause panic in Los Angeles. If possible, we hope not to alarm the citizens. Understood. Batman and Cyborg looked at each other. Then let's set off for Los Angeles immediately. Leave immediately? Keller was stunned. Just stand still. Batman said, and stepped forward, and put his hand on Keller's shoulder. Swish. Only Anton and Jameson were left in the room. Jameson looked dazed, looking at the scene in front of him. How could he not know that Batman, Cyborg and John Keller, through some amazing technology, left New York, and went to Los Angeles in a teleportation-like manner? Anton. He immediately turned his head with a bad look, and stared at his grandson beside him. Are there some misunderstandings between us? What misunderstandings? Anton pretended to be calm. For example, you and Batman don't seem to be the same person. Jameson clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Do you want to piss me off so that you can inherit my legacy? Old man, don't make a mistake. Anton shrugged and said with a smile, since I can become Batman in front of you, why can't I let another person become Batman too? Jameson couldn't understand what Anton was talking about, but he suddenly realized that the moment Anton turned into Batman that night, it didn't seem to be fake. Then, there is only one truth. Batman is not just one person, but a group of people. Jameson pointed at Anton and widened his eyes. At this moment, he felt a beam of light shining on him, and he looked like an actor playing Sherlock Holmes on the stage of a drama. He didn't know that in Anton's eyes, he was just a monster in his head. Can it be explained this way? Anton said to himself. Seeing Jameson's smug expression, he decided to respect the old and love the young, so he nodded obediently. So smart. You are worthy of it. On the other side, Keller felt his body lighten, and in a blink of an eye, he came to an empty rooftop. Batman was beside him. Whoosh. The strong wind blew. The afternoon sun, which was not so scorching, sprinkled on his body. This is teleportation technology. Keller was amazed again, looking at Batman and Cyborg beside him, his eyes filled with strong desire. However, he did not say anything, and restrained his desire. Wait a minute, I'll have someone pick us up. As he said, he took out his mobile phone and made a call. 10 minutes later. A helicopter flew from the sky and arrived at the rooftop where they were. "Where are we going?" Batman asked. "It just so happens that District 7 has found some clues. Maybe we will meet the person we are looking for," Keller answered. "The person we are looking for." Batman's clone was thoughtful. He knew very well that the people here, of course, did not refer to humans, but aliens. Soon, the group arrived at a white residential area. The helicopter landed on the road. The surrounding area had been blocked by agents from the 7th district, and all residents were kept in their houses and were not allowed to come out. At this time, these people were a little panicked, not understanding what had happened to them. Then they thought of the attacks that happened in New York not long ago, thinking that this was Los Angeles, and they would not be so unlucky, right? Among them, a young man named Sam was a little panicked. He knew why these people came. "My car." Sam hurried to the garage. "Is it you? Are they looking for you?" Creak. The garage door was suddenly smashed open. Oh. Sam saw a group of men in black suits standing at the door, and was a little annoyed. "Who are you? Are you trespassing?" "Sorry, we have the authority to check everything in your house." His name is Ricky Simmons, a senior agent from the 7th district. Simmons stared at Sam with a blank expression and a tough tone. "In addition, we can also let you go to jail for life, so I hope you'd better answer all my questions honestly." Sam's mouth twitched, and the panic in his heart increased, and his legs trembled. "Are your people so rude?" Suddenly, Sam heard another voice next to the group of men in black suits. He turned around and was stunned. "But, Batman." He widened his eyes, as if he had seen his idol, and his panic and fear immediately disappeared. Chapter 149 Autobots Transform. Bumblebee. District 7 is not a military organization. They belong to a secret government agency. There are many secrets in the department, some of which even our military doesn't know. Kohler distanced himself from District 7. Obviously, he was not very interested in this so-called secret department. District 7. "Minister Kohler, we sent a helicopter to pick you up. Can't you say something nice in front of Batman?" Tom Banasek, the head of District 7, was a little helpless. Tom said to Batman, "I forgot to introduce myself just now. I'm Tom Banasek, the head of District 7. Hello, I'm Batman." Anton had transferred his main consciousness to Batman's clone. He pointed at Cyborg and said, "That's Cyborg. You can call him Victor. Nice to meet you." As Tom was talking, the thin young man in front of him, who looked like a loser, came to them at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. "Batman." Sam looked at his idol in front of him and wanted to hug Anton immediately. Then he saw Cyborg, who was wearing a gray sweater and a hood, and was less noticeable than Batman. "There's a Cyborg." Sam was so happy that he almost fainted. "You must be Sam." Just on the way here, Anton had a brief exchange with Tom, the head of the 7th district. Anton told Tom as briefly as possible about Cybertron, Autobots and Decepticons. At that time, Tom connected the information in his mind in an instant, and instantly confirmed the authenticity of the information. He became more enthusiastic about Batman and Cyborg. If his partners could be as reliable as Batman, he wouldn't be so tired when performing tasks. Thinking about it, he subconsciously glanced at Keller. Coincidentally, Keller looked at him with the same eyes. They looked at each other in silence. "Sam, you should know why we came to see you, right?" Anton looked at Sam in front of him, who was showing excitement, and spoke slowly. At this time, the agents of the 7th district behind Sam wanted to step forward to pull Sam and Batman and others apart, but their leader, Tom, raised his hand to stop them. "With Batman and Cyborg here, what accidents can there be? Accidents will be afraid of these two people." As a government secret department, District 7 is considered half an intelligence organization. There is little information about Batman and Cyborg, but every time they appear, it means that a dangerous person or a giant force is to be tried. From the Life Foundation, the Continental Hotel, Kingpin, the Lizard Man, the Green Goblin, Dr. Octopus, to Obadiah Stane of Stark Industries, Shredder of the Bigfoot Gang, and even the aliens not long ago. Not to mention, Batman has only appeared for less than a year, and he has become the most dazzling figure in the United States in the past decade. The same is true for Cyborg. Behind them is a Justice League led by Batman, which is full of superheroes with extraordinary abilities. This is not an easy target to attack. On the one hand, it will cause a backlash from public opinion, and on the other hand, even if it can be defeated, it will cost a huge price, which is not worth the loss. Didn't you see that even the military, which has always been tough, gave face this time? Everyone is not stupid. Only the shield guys think they know more, rushing around and being self-righteous. Little do they know that the first bird to come out will be shot. District 7 has long known that there are aliens in this world. SHIELD only came into contact with the Kree in the 1990s, but District 7 knew about aliens in the early 20th century. But have you seen District 7 agents jumping around? However, this is also related to the mission of the organization since its establishment. District 7 is a confidential government department of the United States, and SHIELD is under the jurisdiction of the World Security Council. The doorway here is even more complicated. Without further ado, let's get back to the point. Hearing Batman's question, Sam showed a hesitant expression. Obviously, he knew that these people came to his door. Even Batman and Cyborg came to his door, which meant that some things could not be concealed at all and were exposed. I know. Sam lowered his head dejectedly. You came for my car. Your car. Tom and others heard this, and looked at the yellow Camaro in the garage. Kai. At this moment, the Camaro was unmanned. The rear wheels began to rub, and the harsh sound of tires rubbing against the ground sounded in everyone's ears. Attention. Simmons, who was close to the Camaro, opened his eyes wide. Whoosh. He watched the Camaro crash into him, as if to crush him under the car. Damn it. The next moment, Simmons had just finished reviewing his life when he saw the Camaro turn a corner, brushing against his suit, and driving away at a very fast speed. He subconsciously touched the place where it touched. The suit was hot. Simmons just breathed a sigh of relief and had no time to come back to his senses. Bang! A huge collision sounded behind him, like a meteor falling to the ground. A stream of air came from behind him and blew the slightly hot corner of his suit. Simmons looked in the direction of the sound and saw an amazing scene. A man in a grey sweatshirt stood in front of the Camaro. The man stretched out a big silver hand and pressed it on the front of the Camaro. Boom boom boom. Kai. The Camaro increased its horsepower and the rear wheels kept spinning, but it could not move forward. One person blocked a car. Everyone was shocked. However, during the collision, the hood that the man was originally wearing was blown away by the wind, revealing his original appearance. Thus, everyone recognized the man's identity. Before, many people only saw Batman in armor coming and did not notice that the man next to Batman, wearing a sweater and a hood, who looked extremely low-key, was actually another superhero in the Justice League. Cyborg. It's Cyborg. Not only Batman, but Cyborg is here too. The agents of District 7 looked at each other in bewilderment. After being members of District 7 for so many years, they only realized that District 7 was so prestigious. Not only Batman, but also the two rare fighting forces of the Justice League were invited to the scene. What a face when they were surprised. The tires of the Camaro opened and smoked. The hood of the car seemed to be lifted up by Cyborg. Despite this, neither side retreated. Of course, they all stood still and could not move forward even a step. Kakakaka. Mechanical sounds broke out. In full view of the crowd, the Camaro suddenly transformed into a huge yellow robot, half as tall as the surrounding houses. Bumblebee. Anton whispered, looking at the transformer in front of him with some emotion. Bumblebee. Sam was surprised and looked at Batman. How do you know its name? Boy, I know more than you. Who calls me Batman? Anton smiled slightly. On the other side, Autobots, we have no ill intentions. Cyborg faced this transformer that was almost 10 times taller than himself and said in a low voice, I know your origins and your purpose. Bumblebee did not speak and confronted Cyborg. Cyborg seemed to realize something, soared into the air, and a laser shot into Bumblebee's throat. Immediately afterwards, Bumblebee showed a human expression. His face was slightly strange, and he restrained his hostility. Human, I don't want to fight. He spoke slowly, and his voice sounded very young. By comparison, among these Autobots that appeared, Bumblebee was indeed the youngest. At the same time, Sam was also stunned that his car would not only become a robot, but also speak. It actually spoke for real, not through the radio. Cyborg fixed it with just one laser? Exclamation mark. Under everyone's different looks, Cyborg started a conversation with Bumblebee. We don't want to fight either. Cyborg replied, Autobots are moderates on Cybertron. As long as your goal is not to conquer the Earth, or turn the Earth into Cybertron, we can talk. Bumblebee was surprised. The other party actually knew about Cybertron and Autobots, so he must also know about Decepticons. That's easy to say. He thought that the Earth was a remote planet and humans were a young but backward race, but he didn't expect that there were capable people among humans. While Bumblebee was thinking, he didn't forget to analyze the cyborg in front of him. This level of technology was shocking, and it was definitely not the technology that the Earth should have. Alien technology. Bumblebee quickly collected information about cyborg on the internet. So that's it. He just understood a little bit, and heard a sound not far away. Boom boom! Exclamation mark. The roar of another car came from far away. Who is it? Tom, Cola and the others were concentrating on listening to the conversation between Cyborg and Bumblebee, but were suddenly pulled back by the loud roar of a car. They looked in anger, and saw a police car quickly passing the blockade opened by the agents of the 7th District. Police car? They both frowned. Tom looked at Simmons and cursed. Why are the people from the Los Angeles Police Department here? Didn't I ask you to communicate with them that there is a confidential mission here? I did communicate with them. Simmons looked aggrieved. It's not the Los Angeles Police Department. Suddenly, Anton spoke as Batman. His tone was solemn, and he could see that something was wrong with the police car. Anton clearly saw that the man in the driver's seat had a blank expression on his face. When the car turned, the man's hands on the steering wheel did not move at all, like a dummy. No, it was a dummy. As you can imagine, this man was just a projection inside the car. In fact, this is a transformer. After Anton came to a conclusion, a name quickly appeared in his mind. It's a Decepticon. Roadblock. I have written almost 5,000 words into chapters, which is not bad. It seems that some people didn't see yesterday's chapter. Let me emphasize again that the latest updates are fixed at 0-100 hours every day. If there is any situation, I will notify you separately, and I won't let you wait. Also, many people have rewarded me in the past 2 days. Thank you for your awards. I have seen it on both Gideon and Caillou. I really appreciate your love. Chapter 150. Roadblocks fall. Cyborg shows off his power. There are actually 2 barricades in Transformers. The Autobots and Decepticons each have a member called Barricade. The Autobot Barricade is a Jeep Wrangler, a member of the Adjustment Vehicle Unit, and appears in the Transformers animation. The other one is the well-known Barricade, a Decepticon member, and a modified Ford Mustang police car. The latter is a scout and hunter of the Decepticons. Although he is evil by nature, he disguises himself as an authority in law enforcement and often hides in the crowd in disguise as a representative or symbol of the government. This guy's hands are connected to the wheels. When he transforms into vehicle mode, his hands can turn into sharp steel needles that extend from the hood. In the original plot, Sam was frightened to the ground by the steel needles that popped out of the headlights when Barricade was in car form, and he almost wet his pants. If Barricade hadn't wanted to get the glasses left by his great-grandfather from Sam, which were engraved with the whereabouts of the Allspark, he would have stabbed Sam into a hedgehog with steel needles. However, in this world, the appearance of Anton and the invasion of Lounge made District 7 feel threatened, and they took the initiative to block Sam at the door. Roadblock could only follow the network line to find people, but he accidentally ran into Anton and others who were looking for Sam, as well as his old friend, Bumblebee from the Autobots. As a warrior from the planet Cybertron and a thug under Megatron, the relationship between Roadblock and the Autobots can definitely be described as deep hatred. Among the entire Autobots, only their sole figure, Optimus Prime, made him look up to him. As for the others, he didn't take them seriously. Not to mention a group of humans who were no different from monkeys in Roadblock's eyes. A weak race on a remote planet. Not worth mentioning. What a coincidence. Roadblock saw Bumblebee's presence, increased his horsepower, rushed forward, crossed the blockade of District 7 agents, and arrived at the scene. Click, click, click. Under the gaze of a pair of astonished eyes, Roadblock transformed into a huge robot that was almost the same height as Bumblebee. The cold eyes without any human emotion were fixed on Bumblebee, completely ignoring the cyborg beside Bumblebee. Batman. At this time, Tom and Keller's faces changed slightly. In just a few minutes, two aliens appeared in front of them one after another, which was far beyond their expectations. Don't worry, Anton explained without changing his expression. Although they are from the same planet, one belongs to the Autobots and the other is from the Decepticons. They are opponents, not companions. But they are aliens after all. What if they join hands to deal with humans? Tom didn't feel relaxed after hearing Anton's words, and his expression was still full of worry. He stared at the two Transformers in front of him. If Batman wasn't beside him, he would have taken out his mobile phone and called the army to call for help. As for Keller, this guy was more direct. He took the mobile phone in his hand at lightning speed, ready to press the dial button at any time. Don't be nervous. Anton didn't know whether to laugh or cry in his heart, but he remained calm on the surface and comforted him. Minister Keller, calling the army now will cause panic in Los Angeles. If you are willing to trust us, you should know that these two guys are nothing to us. Keller thought it made sense and silently put his phone back in his pocket, showing his support for the Justice League with his actions. Bumblebee, long time no see. Roadblock made a low voice. His scalded eyes were extremely evil. Confronting Bumblebee, a murderosaurus swept across the whole place, and the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Seeing this, the other agents in District 7 looked at each other. They saw that these two alien mechanical life forms were not accomplices, but more like opponents. Roadblock, this is not the place you should come to. Bumblebee looked grim and restrained the kindness he had when talking to Cyborg. Facing the enemy, Bumblebee did not flinch and immediately transformed into a qualified warrior, exuding an iron-blooded aura. On the planet Cybertron, Bumblebee is recognized as the successor to Optimus Prime. In the original plot, during the gap between Transformers 3 and Transformers 4, Bumblebee also briefly replaced Optimus Prime and served as the acting commander of the Autobots. He is usually a funny character, but when it comes to the critical moment, you can always trust Bumblebee. You are wrong. This sentence should be said by me. After Roadblock said this, he kicked his feet, and a huge figure like a hill swooped over, like claws, with tires on his wrists, and grabbed Bumblebee fiercely. Boom. The wind was fierce. A figure soared into the air, suspended between Roadblock and Bumblebee, blocking the center of Roadblock's flying path. It was Cyborg. Sorry, you two seem to have ignored me. Cyborg's low voice sounded. In a flash of lightning, facing Roadblock, he didn't care and slapped the mosquito-like big hand. He raised his hand to release the sonic cannon. Whoosh! Exclamation mark. The terrifying sonic shells fell on Roadblock. Boom! Exclamation mark. The metal chest of the Roadblock dented instantly, and the huge body was knocked several meters away by the impact, plowing a deep gully on the ground. The loud noise alarmed many people in the surrounding houses. They came to the window and saw two huge robots, one standing upright and the other lying on the ground. And floating in the air was Cyborg, a member of the Justice League who has recently become popular on the internet and whose momentum is only second to Batman. Everyone was immediately stunned and dumbfounded. Some people took out their mobile phones to take pictures frantically, and those who had the conditions took out digital cameras and started filming the whole process. At this time, the agents of the 7th District had no mind to pay attention to these trivial matters. They focused their attention on the aliens in front of them and Cyborg. The sudden outbreak of the battle was something no one expected. Of course, Cyborg's move also made them realize that in the face of unknown powerful aliens, humans are fully confident to be tough. In my opinion, the sentence you just said should be said by me. Cyborg looked at Bumblebee beside him, his electronic eye on the right flashing, and his tone was cold. This is Earth, where humans live. Neither of you should be here. As soon as the voice fell, Roadblock, who was hit and flew backwards, suddenly turned over and stood up, with a series of sparks coming out of his body. It was obvious that he was injured by Cyborg's sonic shells. Human, you angered me. Roadblock directly targeted Cyborg. He temporarily ignored his old rival Bumblebee and transformed his hands into shells, aiming at Cyborg who was suspended in the air. just about to attack. Whoosh. Cyborg didn't give him a chance at all. Like a meteor passing through the air, the shock waves behind him rippled, and the air ripples turned into air waves, sweeping in front of Roadblock in an instant. The shells transformed from Roadblock's palms had not yet been fired. Both arms were removed by Cyborg. Boom. The arms fell to the ground. Boom. The shells inside exploded. The flames exploded under the feet of the two men, and the two arms of Roadblock were burned fiercely, instantly turning into scrap metal. In the smoke, Roadblock felt cold in his heart, and the hot engine seemed to be in a cooling state. Opposite him, Steelbone had a stern expression, looking at Roadblock at eye level. His body was only 1/10 of Roadblock's, but he gave people a sense of superiority and oppression. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.